Hello, everyone. My name's Brianna. That's my brother Adam. We're the factional fight brother and sister. Thank you so much for the raid. And God, why did you make me do that?
Well, you lost the bet. And I won fair and square. And so this is your punishment. Well, not so much a punishment. Just the consequence. The consequence.
What the heck?
So how's it going over there?
I don't know how I'm doing. How is everybody doing in the chat? I don't know if you want to hear me for
What the
God,
heck?
cats. I don't know if you want to hear me for 4 hours with this voice. It's
I
almost
don't
like
want
a
to hear you for
punishment
4
to
hours.
you guys. That's right. Cat knows
Yep.
what's going on. What the heck? What the heck is happening? And you know what? So much has happened this week, or at least the last couple weeks, that we have to talk about, including like the big thing was the roadmap, and we have to discuss it. But you know what's
Absolutely.
going to be the worst is for like I know that you've been taking all of our streams and chopping it up into pieces and releasing
Mhm.
them on YouTube. So wouldn't it
Yeah.
be weird that we do an entire segment or segments where we don't discuss why I'm looking like a female and it's just videos forever on
What the
YouTube
heck?
Yep, pretty much.
where you're just discussing with someone that looks like this.
Yep.
No explanation.
Well, how would they know?
they'll,
You
they'll
know,
have no idea. And then
I have no idea.
so thank you for this. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
And how's everybody doing in the chat today?
Yeah, we got
Is
a
everybody
whole bunch of people in here. And thanks, Druxy, and Tuxy and Drogos for rating at the beginning there. We got Pingstree, Tuxy, what's going on? Velvet Sun, Pingstree, the Parser, Ikakis to you. Canadian Bass. Is that Canadian Bass? Because that would be cool if it was. How's it going, everybody? Donut Kebab. I love that name.
there's some really, really important
And it is
stuff that we
Canadian.
want to discuss. It doesn't feel like we have enough time to do that. Hey,
It's
hey, Seren.
Serene.
God.
Seren.
Oh my God.
Busy Liquor.
So,
What's going on?
what are we going to do today in Wurm itself is we are going to, like this level that's been here forever. I've had this idea of turning this into something that Adam can use for his like blacksmithing and all that stuff. But something that he's always wanted was sort of like an open space forge. Ever since we started back in 2012, you were like, I want to put my forge stuff outside buildings. I don't want to be locked up in a building. But then we learned really quickly, even back then, that if you put your stuff outside of a building, then anybody can basically pick up your stuff.
Right. Permissions work differently inside houses.
Yeah,
Like there's so much more security there. So
yeah, and especially back in the day, it was a
especially
lot
back in the
different.
day. Yep.
So what my plan was that we would build a house here, a 2 by whatever you want, and then
Yep.
build a second level that's just completely open. That's just a second level floor, and then you just put your forge stuff in there. We just don't build walls on the second level. And now you have the protection of a house and you're completely outdoors and you can
Right.
see, you don't feel like you're inside. And then we can put a bridge right here. We'll get rid of this tree and you can just walk across to your house essentially. And then you don't even need
Yeah.
to build a bottom level. The bottom level could just be open, maybe a path that goes across and you can put whatever you want down there. They don't even have to be linked.
Sounds
And
good.
please, oh God. Okay. So what's that house? Pink Street. That's your open smithery remodeled. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, so that's nice. That you have that's more of like a sunroof, right? So in this case it'll just almost be like it's just a floor and there wouldn't even be any walls at all.
Yeah, well, there might be fences, right?
You put some fences, whatever you want.
Like,
Maybe
I'm
the
feeling, well, I'm thinking that it should feel like a balcony, maybe. Like walking
sure.
out onto the balcony
Question
of a
is, and
massive.
something I didn't check, is whether we have the materials for this.
We probably do not have enough materials for
We
this,
don't have
so
the materials for this. Okay, so we do have bricks if we want to do it that way. We don't have mortar.
now here's another problem. I don't even have the masonry for this. I completely wasn't thinking about that. Let's see. My masonry
We
is
don't
close
have to
though.
make it stone. So if we could
It's
make
20.
it
I kind
planks,
of
we
want
have
it stone.
nah.
Kind of want it stone. Here, okay.
Okay, so all of these
Here's what I'm gonna
planks
do.
go for naught.
You can start working on it. Um, but I think mortar is what we need, right? We have bricks. It's the mortar.
Yes. So
So we
first thing I
we
need you
might.
to do, because listen, we have a lot of important things to discuss. So we want to get started on the
Yeah.
house. The problem is I have to look like this and sound like this as we discuss really, really important things to me. Uh,
Right. And
and
so
it's
I
not
think
just the roadmap. Roadmap will be the start. So has
right. So
everybody checked the roadmap at this time and like was able to read it and then really fester in your brain to understand what was said? I don't know. Is everybody aware of the roadmap? I'm hoping that's the
okay,
case, so
here
we don't have to
before I
discuss it.
begin before I begin this, because I think you're right. We're talking about these things seriously, and I think that one thing that you can do is turn off the voice and go back to your regular voice.
Do
Because
people
at least from
want
my
me to turn
perspective,
off this voice? 'Knowing this, so Adams wants that because he can't see me. He can just hear
that's
me,
true.
but you guys can see me and hear me, and I know some people were really disturbed with my regular voice coming out of this, whatever this is. And you know what's really funny? So this shirt, which I thought I had to put this on. Uh, it's an improvement. Thank you, Pink Street. So you know what's really funny? So I got this shirt. It ends up this is my dad's shirt
Yep.
that he used in the 70s during his hippie days, apparently.
Yep. I can't believe that he still has that.
I do a lot of massages. What else? I do a lot of manly stuff with my hands, I must say. No, so I need to know how wide you want your house.
So that's a good question. Okay, so definitely starting there, and I'm
So
wondering what it
here's
would
the
look like
start.
if it
So
went
there's the
to the
start.
second. Okay, that's 2 by 3.
Hmm.
I'm
And
thinking
you got to say, is that enough or do you
at,
want more?
uh, I'm not sure. It depends on what we want to do with this area over here. Like, are we gonna drop this down
We're
in that
going
situation?
to, I mean, we can do whatever we want. Doesn't matter.
Do you know what the rock looks like under here?
It's pretty high.
Like,
But you
like
could
if I dig
probably drop
here,
down one of these tiles. And what
let's
shampoo do
see.
I use, Donut Kebab? The silky kind.
I'm just gonna dig a few times here just to see what happens.
Oh, you're wanting to bring that whole thing down. So if
I'm
you bring that
wondering.
whole thing down, then what are we gonna do with this side's
Um,
path?
like keep it lowering. and then eventually bring it down. Oh, I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to keep the path on our deed.
Yes.
Hmm, I see what you're trying to do.
And hey,
Okay.
Reaganation, thanks so much for the sub. Oh my
Okay,
god.
so then at
I'm so
most it
glad
could
you
come
can
out
join
one
us.
more. Oh,
So you
Reganation,
wanted
thanks
to
for the
come
sub.
out one more.
How come I'm not hearing those alerts?
That
Every
one
lit
didn't
box
didn't
on.
alert. I don't know. These alerts
Huh.
are a little iffy these days. I'll have to check in on that. Oh god, yeah.
Sure.
Thanks for joining us. So we are going to talk about extremely important things. And
Mhm.
people have spoken. They for some reason don't want my voice to change back to my normal voice, like Adam's request.
Where does it say that? Did you do a vote or something? I think we should do a vote.
There was enough people.
Was there?
I think Adam wants to do a vote because he's really hoping that you guys choose to
Well,
turn
here's
off
the
this
thing.
voice,
Here's the thing. As you said,
which might even be even more freaky when you
my
hear.
question is, how does it come off? Right? Like, are you convincing enough, or like because we're going to be talking about stuff that you're really passionate about. You're right, and that you want that to sort of come through. And I'm wondering if that coming out as in a chipmunk voice is going to affect the impact that what you have to say is.
I don't know. What can you do? It's my punishment.
Please keep it. Taxi says. Okay. All right. As long as it's like, because I can't see what it looks like, and it
Okay.
sounds great actually.
Right,
But
let's do this. Say, do you need a house this wide?
yes, helium. That's a good way of putting it.
There's actually a helium option that I can choose that makes it sound even higher than this, and chose not to use it. Look at this. I can change it. I think I can change it at whim. So
This is the helium voice.
Okay. Yes.
I don't think we need to go this far.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we need to go that far either.
yeah. But no matter what, I mean, it's a pitch change, and I had to choose between 3 different programs, and this was basically the best one.
Yeah.
All right, so do you need it this wide, or do you want it one smaller? It's up to you.
Mm. I
Just
think
gives
this
you an
wide would be good
extra.
because
Okay,
what I might do is make a 2x2 outdoor patio, like landing,
so
and have the
I
other 2x2 an indoor vaulted ceiling.
so I'm going to manage the building. I'm going to add you. Let's just add our citizens. I'll just add you for now. Apply. That should give you everything that I can do. And then I'll call it. What do you want it to call?
Let's just call it the Smith for now. We'll
The
change it later.
Smith?
Yeah.
Mr. Smith?
Or what? Or maybe the Smithery. I don't know.
Mr. Smithery. All right.
All right. So here's your like we have a whole bunch of problems here. We didn't think
Oh
this
my god,
through.
cats. We've been streaming for uh just not that long. Let's see.
We're just at the end.
We're just at the end. You missed it. No. Yeah. Uh only about 15 minutes or so. Uh
Yeah. Yeah.
oh, parser. So yeah, we've already gone through the intro and we already but we haven't started talking about anything.
What we
People, I
found
just
out
talked
was
about this.
See, what happened was on Friday, we were chatting away about the roadmap and we got so carried away. There was one moment where we said, well, the only problem is
What the
we
heck?
don't know what we're going to be working on. Like, what are we going to be doing in the show? And so Brian proposed like that house. Like, he's like, oh, we can just build this house. But what we didn't think through, because we went right back to discussing the roadmap and we didn't think again about it, was that we don't have the mats for this house, nor do I have the skill to make those mats. So I propose something because something that it won't give us the mats, but it'll give me the skill is that we do something else, which is we were going to build a fence around our farm area. And that'll build up my masonry skill.
What
So we'll
kind of
check one of the
fence?
things off our robot.
What the
Yeah, you
heck?
guys are
It
really
would,
liking the cat's purr filter today, or channel point.
yeah.
It's this, isn't it? It's cats being
Fabian looks
like,
like a
oh.
soccer mom who's all dolled up.
One thing you didn't hear was that this shirt was I got this shirt. Ends up that it was my dad's shirt from the 70s during his hippie days, apparently.
Yep. Is it just me, or is the filter giving you a constant, terrifying smile? That's probably because you're just like perma
Probably.
smile.
Uh,
So what do you
okay,
think about
so
that idea?
and then what I said before, cats, is that Adam's gonna go and he's been chopping up our streams into smaller segments. And those segments,
Right.
we won't talk about at all why I look like this or sound like this. We'll just be, and there'll be people that just watch our YouTube videos and wonder what the heck is going on.
Yep. There's probably people coming in right now who are wondering what the heck is going on.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try that we don't have to talk about it anymore starting now. And people will just wonder what the heck's going on. If you guys want to tell them, you can. And we'll just keep going.
Yeah. We're not going to
Anyway,
retell
it's
the
my
story.
punishment. I have accepted this fate for the last 2 weeks, and now I just have to live with it. And we're going to talk about some serious stuff. We're going to talk about the roadmap. We're going to talk about something I'm really passionate about. And we're going to talk about a number of other things. So before we can get to that, though, I'm okay with building this wall to get you some skill. This is what defeat looks like. Yes, regulation.
Yep.
What kind of wall type are you wanting? Are you wanting like that the stone walls, just the old type?
I
Do you
see.
want
I see.
the new type that are a bit higher, that look a bit
Boy.
nicer, but you can't see over them?
Oh, you
Do
see.
you
Oh, I
want
see. Right. We could do
well,
those
based on
too.
the
We do
mats
have the
that we
stone
have,
fences. Let's
we
see.
have stone bricks. We don't have a lot. We have maybe 200 and something. We might need to make a little more, but we can at least start off with them.
Hmm. How much
Do you have
mats? Is it just 10 bricks, right? 10 bricks for.
for the
And
old
do they have a
ones?
low
Yeah.
variant? Is there a low variant of the
No.
stone
The low
fence?
variant is like that crude looking one.
Yeah, but I mean the low variant of the other one that looks like a
I don't
wall.
believe so unless it was added without my knowledge.
Okay, let's
And
see
Drogos,
here.
is it hard to focus to think clear with that voice? See, I can't hear myself. So I don't notice any different. Adam might be
Right.
I think is
The
thrown off
and
a little bit.
here's the thing: the only one who's getting the true experience are you guys, because all I hear is the voice. Brian hears none of it and sees none of it. Actually, you might have a video showing you what it looks like, right?
I can see it, but I'm choosing
Right.
not to look at it.
Right. And so, yeah, you guys are the only ones who are getting the full experience of hearing it and seeing it. And we have no idea how it's going to come off. So,
Yeah, and
I
McCooper,
bet
you
you.
told me to lay down on the helium. Yeah. See,
Yeah.
we actually turned on the helium thing, and it made my voice go all the way up, and then I turned it off. And this is sort of like the balance between those.
Right. Okay,
Okay.
so iron fences take fence gates. I wonder if I should make a few of those to put those throughout.
Let's take some
Like,
large crates.
what do you think about a few in a row of the solid wall, and then a fence gate? Well, not a fence gate, but just a iron fence.
Thought you liked that. So you had posted to me uh, a
I do
picture
like
of
it.
like the crude walls plus like a wooden fence gate.
Right.
Did you want to do something like that, or
Yeah. Let's do that. I actually do like that.
it'd be cool that I wish they would do, but I wouldn't hold my hopes up. Is like a gate that opens to one side, so you could have like a double wide gate, like
I
wooden
see
gate
what
or
you're
something.
saying.
You know,
So that the
both
two
sides
gates
open up like
aren't opening the same way.
yeah, that'd be
Like
cool.
currently, there's only one direction that they open. That is true. They are talking about adding more decorative building structure stuff to the game
Yeah, so
in the
there you go,
roadmap,
devs.
which we're about to.
Two
Yeah,
double wide wooden.
all it would take is just allow you to rotate it, right? Just allow you to
Yeah,
rotate one,
but then
and that's
get
it.
rid of one sides of the post. Gotta
What do
get
you
rid of
mean?
the post on one of the sides.
Like the
So it
middle
just looks
post?
like it's opening. Yeah, the middle post has to be gone. So it
I
looks like
see.
one big opening.
Hmm.
Anyway,
That would be easy enough to do if they just have to sense
double
that
wide
they're.
fences, fence gates.
Yeah. So like the way it would, like right now, if you put two fence gates right next to each other,
Hmm.
they open in the same direction, right? They kind of like they kind of swivel like this, right? I don't know if you can see that,
Yeah, but
but yeah. And what we want is for
yeah,
them to be able to swivel like this. And what Brian's asking for is to get rid of the post in the middle, right? So it does this.
basically,
And so what I'm saying is that I think it would be pretty easy to just allow you. Well, they'd have to implement an ability to rotate the fence, right? So that you can rotate one to face the other. And then they would need to add something that detects that two fences are sort of like in that orientation and remove the posts that are in the middle. I think that
yeah,
shouldn't be too
that'd be
bad.
cool. Or I mean, yeah. So I would love that. Or they would have to implement it the same way they did arch, double wide
Mm,
arches. You can rotate those, and but you have to choose which side the post is on.
right. So that
Anyway,
would involve creating a brand new sort of thing. Okay, so if we're gonna do that, then all we need is
okay,
stone shards.
I'll get the stone. We probably don't have enough, so the question is, I
I think we
think
have
you
enough.
should be the one building the fence, and
Yep.
I
Okay.
should be the one making the bricks, because I think building the fence might give you more
Wait,
experience.
but there's no bricks required
We
for
have
that one.
263. Oh, we don't need bricks.
You only
Oh,
need
right.
you only need stone shards,
All right, let me pull in
and we
some
have a
stone shards here. Do you want to move
whole
some stone
thingy.
shards? Get on here and
Yeah. So what's in here?
the big one.
Okay, good.
What's this? We got 261 here as well.
Yeah. I'm too far away. Can you move forward a little bit? Can you
In
move
Velvet
forward?
Sun, we have double doors. They should be able to do that to gates as well. Well,
Yeah.
double doors do work differently since they are
You're not gonna move
on
forward,
one
are you?
tile themselves. No,
Why
hold
not?
on. I had to
So I
change
can
some
reach.
audio setting.
Okay. Yeah, like the double doors on houses seem to be kind of like just an animation thing. I'm not sure if they're
You
actually.
know, so something that I wanted back in 2013, I was waiting for it, was the ability to just do, uh, what was for them to release a, what is it called? The arch wall, but only have on the two sides and nothing at the top of the arch wall. So then
Oh,
on
yes,
the
yes,
second
yes.
level, you can put like the finishing one and it looks like it's twice as
It's like
high or it
A
looks like
big,
it's
twice as high.
yeah,
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
big giant arch. And I was waiting for those for Autumn Twilight, thinking that would
Mm.
be easy for them to do, right? They just make a model that just gets rid of the middle. And
Hmm.
then it looks like you're coming through some big gate. And yeah, that never happened. Instead, they gave us like the long, double wide arch. And
Right.
hi Zed Cobra, how you doing today? Uh, let's.
Hey,
Okay,
Zed
so we
Cobra.
filled how many? We filled two. Did you want to fill a third one? Do we need a third one?
So I think what we need is the materials for the
Which kind
wooden
of wooden
fences.
fences do you want?
I think just the regular old ones. So
Okay,
I'm just gonna put there's a small cart here. Sorry, a small crate here already with I think the right materials.
really?
We might have to exchange out. I was making some of these fences on the other deed,
Oh,
so yeah. I'm gonna
okay.
remove one of
I
the
see.
large
There it is.
crates
Yeah, go ahead.
and then bring in that one. Okay, that should be enough.
Okay, so then we can both just be working on it. Now
Yep.
we have to decide where the gates are going to go.
Right. Right.
So we can have
Um,
one gate on this side, and then one gate on the other side, maybe?
sure. I was thinking, so as we were discussing before, I kind of like the idea of sort of naturalizing out this area, this landing, make it not so as flat. So there'll be my house up here or the smithery up here, um, and sort of like maybe like a path that leads up into it or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
So you'll need more
so
space. Is that what you're
so
saying?
maybe a landing. I guess I'm kind of thinking like
This
rounding
tile
out this
here.
land is what I'm saying. Yeah,
So
rounding
this
out this
tile
tile
here.
here. And so making it, yeah, this entrance.
Yeah, I think a one day thing to make something that will change this name, that's okay. You know.
Brianna was staring you in the face, and Brianna, you went with Brianna. It's hilarious. Brianna
Different
is
cultures.
quite a rare. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
If you
Okay,
guys watch the
so
intro again, I did call myself Brianna. It was part of my punishment.
yep,
I don't know.
yeah.
Please do not clip that later.
Why? Just so
We,
that people don't see.
we don't need to remember it that much.
Well, we're going to be clipping this whole thing into many, many clips.
Yes, we can't avoid that. What can you do? Okay, so now that we know what we're doing, um, did you want me to lay down the crates? So like maybe
um. Oh, the hell
because you're
horses
just gonna
are.
get hit. You're just gonna get hit like the entire
Here's what I
time.
think is that, and this is what I did the last time I did
What
this
the
was
heck?
I went around
Switch
and dropped
horses?
10. No, I went around and dropped 10 stones on each
Okay.
tile. I felt like it was easier
Yeah.
than getting on the cart every single time and dealing with the hell horses hitting me. And I just went around, dropped 10 stones, and where I wanted the fences, I put the fence material. And once that was all set up, it was just go.
Okay, so move out of the way.
I'll just passenger.
Okay, so there's. What do you guys want us to talk about first?
Right.
We have the roadmap. There's two other things that I do want to discuss. The first thing, actually. Oh, how am I going to do this? Actually, let me think about this. Um, so you see the UI. Notice how big it is with a 1080p screen. Because
Right.
you have, whenever you watch Casper's streams, does anybody get jealous about how tiny her UI is?
So jealous.
So jealous. We're so jealous of you. And I've been trying to be like, how do I make my UI smaller? I've been waiting for them to implement the ability to get that UI smaller on a 1080p screen. And I don't want to go out and have to buy a 1440p screen or a 4K screen or anything like that, a 2K screen or a 4K screen. Um, so I kind of have a little bit of a compromise. So I figured out how to do this without
Okay.
buying a screen. It's not great, but it is better. You have to have pretty good eyes because you can't, it does make the text smaller, and we currently don't
Mm.
have the ability to make the text larger. Now, uh, this starts, you basically it's this. If you know what to do, you have to make a custom resolution on your video card.
Oh, okay. How do you
And
do
I
that?
was going to show this. So I have uh, an NVIDIA card, and therefore I
Yeah.
have the NVIDIA software. It should work the same if you have an AMD card. Uh, yeah, if you need to have the text larger, don't do this trick because there's no way to make
Right.
the text larger soon. They did mention that they're going to separate the text from the UI sizing so that you can do that later. I
Right.
didn't hear, or they haven't announced whether they're going to make it so we can get the UI smaller yet. They haven't announced that.
Right.
I'm hoping
Hoping.
that that's
Fingers crossed.
true. But if not, then I've got this sort of in my back pocket. And I wanted to show you guys just in case uh, you don't know how to do this. Of course, then I can't really lay out the bricks while I show you guys. Okay, so
That's okay. I got enough bricks to start here.
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lay out. That's weird. I'm gonna lay out 30 bricks on a tile, I think. And that'll give you those three. And then down here, I'll lay another 30 bricks here.
That's a good plan. 30 on every third tile.
Oh, I see. Uh,
Right. I'm really hoping that I might add a better screen to my
All
computer
right, see how
setup.
big this is. So let me see. I might have to add an extra screen to this, to be honest. Let me see what I can do. I'm going to do a display capture for my full desktop. Okay, so now you guys see the full desktop, although I got to bring it under a few things. There we go. Okay, full desktop. So what I do is this. So there is an NVIDIA control panel. Let's see if it'll pop up. Here's the NVIDIA control panel. And I went into change resolution. I went to customize, and I created a custom resolution. That custom resolution, you can see I made one that's 2560 by 1440. So that's a 2K screen. I also I don't remember doing this, but I made one also at a 4K. So I think this one's enough. You can do this. This is a 4K resolution. You can look up those resolution numbers on Google or something. Just look up 2K resolution, 4K resolution. It'll give you those exact numbers because you'll have to create custom resolution, place those numbers in horizontal and vertical, and then press
Hmm.
test, or it'll test it and then you can save it.
So
Now that
now what
it's
does that
in
do?
there,
Because
this is
you're
what
on
it
a
does.
what I mean, like
So
at the technical level, what does it do? Does it
it
basically
allows your
shrink?
screen to display uh, almost like a virtually more pixels in the same amount of space as a 1080p screen. So yeah,
I
it'll
see.
squish everything down. Windows does have the ability to counteract that by making their UI mostly bigger, But then
Okay.
what that allows is makes Worm to be able to scale down the UI smaller because it thinks
I
it has more
see.
pixels in the same amount of space.
Hmm.
So I'm gonna do desktop settings. I don't know. That's wrong. Let me just go into settings. And you go into display. And so you can
Oh,
see
so
I have
Casper,
three displays.
you already
Actually,
use
it's
that
this one.
tool to squish things down on your TV. Interesting. So that's like the opposite, right? Or is that the same? Squishing it down on your TV.
And now you can see if I go into my display
Interesting.
resolution, I have these ones that are virtually larger than what my screen should be able to do. So
Hmm.
I'm going to choose to switch it to this. Keep changes. Worm did not like that, I must say. Let me see if I can get it to
Hmm.
change.
I see. So I see. So
It
part
did
of the
not like
screen
that.
goes off the edges, and so you scale it down so that it fits. I see. So it's not that much that you're scaling it on the TV then.
All right, I'll have to reset Worm
Okay, so
to
this is
show you
messing it
guys
up.
the.
The effect.
Yeah, you can't do it while Worm is running just because Worm. Most games,
Right.
actually, to be honest, won't be
Yeah.
able to do that properly.
But I guess Worm also has like a lot of things like that where you can't change the sound settings. You can't change, like you have to reset every single time.
Worm's not the only game that does this.
Sure. I'm sure.
Let me just double check. It did not save it, that's why. Sorry.
Now, what are you using exactly? Are you using the NVIDIA built-in like tool that comes
Yes.
on your computer, like in the bottom right corner?
It's
Okay,
just the
interesting.
NVIDIA settings. So
Now,
there we
I'm
go.
I'm thinking I'm now in the market for a new computer at some point, not into too far in the future, and I'm in that debate now between NVIDIA and AMD,
Mm-hmm.
and
Let me
sort of
just
weighing
see.
pros and cons, and I'm trying to figure that whole stuff out. And from what I understand, AMD's changing the game somewhat. At least it doesn't feel like it's going to
There
be,
we go. Okay, so I can do it without changing. Now look at
you
my
know.
UI. Oh, let's say no.
And once again,
Now
you
look how
guys can
much
see it.
smaller my new UI is.
Ryan can see it. I can't see anything.
Hold on, I gotta fix. Let me turn off the desktop.
You see, we do have the ability for you to stream your screen back to me, but it's just a little bit much. Like I feel like right now I'm pushing my computer to the limit, and
Right.
it'll affect bandwidth and everything.
I have to fix up this UI for you guys. Or this there we go. That is now away. Look how much smaller my screens are. Look at that. I can
That's awesome. You got
everything's
to lead
so
me
much
through that.
smaller. Ooh,
Now, do you think that increases the amount of CPU power that's being used?
it
That has
might
to
a little
like
bit.
output a bunch more pixels.
Thank you so much, Catsper.
I mean, ultimately, what I'm really hoping for is the devs to implement something where you can scale down the
Look at that.
UI.
It's like
Like
I've got so
you know how
much
there's like some
space.
you know how there's some
It's
games where you
crazy.
can just like there's a slider and it just like scale the UI by 82% to 81%, like be able to scale it. That's where also the text doesn't scale, just the UI will scale, right? And I know that ultimately means that you're not going to be able to display like actually you should be able to display the same amount of you should be able to display more. I feel if the UI was smaller, you'd open the windows bigger to get the same
You
exact
can
effect.
open the windows bigger and then you can see more of the windows and it takes up as much
Yeah.
space. But like one thing that I've always hated is the way that the crafting window sort of works. And I've actually developed a plan which I'll
Mm,
a design that they could implement that would actually be a lot better. Because look how it was always so large,
yeah.
unnecessarily large.
Yeah.
But now with this 2K screen, it doesn't take up all of my space. I can like put it over here
Right.
and still see
For
stuff.
me, there's no place I can put it that it doesn't like cover a massive amount of the
Everything.
screen, like massive,
And you
everything.
almost have to do this, but then you lose the ability to see that side. Uh, and so, yeah, this is something easy that I'm hoping that they do, so we don't have to do this uh, workaround. But yeah, I'll talk about the crafting window later, maybe in
Mm.
another episode. We've got too much to discuss, but
I
they could
know.
make this look a lot better and uh, make it work in a more natural way. Anyway, so let
Okay.
me just keep going here. Now that I
Yep.
got that out of the way, I made my UI smaller, and you guys can do it too. If you really wanted to do it, just follow those steps. Oh, okay. Oh, that is the that wasn't even my
So
that
you know
wasn't
the
even my inventory. There's my inventory.
target window, how they formatted that and made it look real nice, like compact and
Yes.
like nice and even ish. And they made it so that the edge is very, very thin. Like that just
Yeah, I love that bordered edge.
I love that border. I love it. It just shows you that you can pull off a tiny itty bitty border and it has an impact that anyway, I kind of would love it if that kind of border was like consistent amongst the entire UI. Like every element on the UI gets that
I
border.
agree.
And that I think will go a long way into, shrinking the UI a little bit. I mean, I know it's like pixels, it's like maybe 10 pixels on either side of each border, but that's 20 pixels wide. Like, and then if you have several of these windows open, you know, that's, the pixels start adding up. And I think that that'll go a long way. But there's a small gripe I have with this window. It's like, I love the border, but if you bring that window right to the edge, I don't know if you can see it on Brian's screen, but if you put that border right up on the edge, there's still a tiny little gap there that the window could move over a little bit more and stay on the screen. You can see stuff through that gap. Like if a light goes through that gap, you can see it shine through. And that's how I noticed it first, and it just sort of like struck me. But yeah,
Sorry, I just dealt with the spam. So thanks, Pinkstry.
thanks. Yeah. Yeah.
Let me
I
let me
wonder
do
if we should
this.
get someone to help moderate for us. What do you think about that? Because we've had
Hey, somebody want
situations
to
where
moderate for us?
we've had situations where, especially this happened more when it was late night and we were drinking beers and you know we're
We didn't notice.
tired and we can't yeah, and then we just don't notice or we can't follow the chat 100% at that point. For those of you who know what streaming is like, if you're 3-4 hours into a stream and you've been drinking a whole bunch and it's like 12 midnight and the chat's just going on and there's somebody in there flaming or whatever they're doing, yeah, like I find it's hard to keep up with that sort of stuff.
Yeah, yeah, Pinkstry. Maybe if Brian comes back, he can moderate.
Yeah, he'll be the producer, he'll sit in the back.
Yeah, we should
Oh,
we should really use a bot that could help
a
do the
bot,
spam.
yeah, and I know Nightbot has like, but how good are the filters? Because I've seen where like I have to let certain content go through because it was by somebody who was just commenting and for some odd reason Nightbot flagged it.
I'm like so focused on these stone shards
Dropping
that I haven't
dropping the
had the
stone shards.
ability.
Okay, so why don't we I know that you want to start roadmap discussion. But if you're focused on that, like we want to get you to the point where you're, what's it called? Just putting bricks into the or stones into the fence.
Yeah. Yeah. Almost there, I feel.
Almost there. And then we'll start that. Um, what else was there that we wanted to discuss? If we want to squeeze something else in here while you're
There
finishing that up.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we wanted to discuss. What do you guys think? And this is what
I'm trying to
happens when
think
I
of
stop.
a small thing.
I mean, okay, so has everybody read the roadmap? I'm assuming everybody's read this roadmap already.
Mm. Yeah, and yeah, I'm sure that everybody's who's watching us has read the roadmap.
But
But
maybe
if you haven't,
you can just go through while you're doing that about just the
yeah,
basic idea of the roadmap and what that is.
right, right. So, I mean, the roadmap is the dev's opportunity to explain to the player base what the plans will be moving forward from here. Traditionally, the roadmap has been just a way for the devs to like just here's all of the places that we want to look at improving the game. Here are some ideas about what we want to do with that. And then it usually spans a long period of time. So it's like a big picture overview. It usually means that there's fuzzy around the details, right? Like it's not like patch notes where you have the all the details like written out there. Um, and we've been expecting this roadmap for a long time because the Steam release happened 2 months ago, or a little bit more than 2 months ago now, and everybody's wondering, like, now that the Steam release is done, and now that all the final things that are imminent that are going to be patched are probably going to be implemented in the next update, possibly one more update after that. Like it's like coming to a close, the wrapping up the release of Steam, the release on Steam, and the devs have to have that next project in mind. I mean, we know this as Worm players more than anybody else that if you don't have that next project lined up, then y- y- you can potentially lose the what's the word? Like the momentum, right? The momentum. And hey, Hashem, how's it going? Yeah.
How
So
you doing?
the roadmap, I think, is a way for the devs to not only communicate to the player base about their future plans, but also a way for them to put a target down onto paper about where they want to be in a year from now. And that's sort of like the time scale that we're looking at for a roadmap, like over the next year, what kinds of things are the devs sort of
In
going to
the
be
wrong
pointing their
spot.
direction on? Hey, ultimate savior.
Ultimate savior. Yeah. What I don't think you realize is that this is my or I said we wouldn't take, so this is my punishment.
Yeah. Right, this will be the last time we say, because but yeah, instead of calling it a punishment, I think we should call it a consequence.
It's my
Brian lost a bet.
consequence.
Yeah, Brian lost a bet, and this is his consequence for losing that bet. He has to wear the Snapchat filter
Is this a stone wall?
for this whole
Yes, it
thing.
is.
What? Yeah, this is a stone wall. Yeah, this used to be called what was it called? A small stone wall or
Something else.
a short stone wall or something like that. And then at some point or another, they changed it to
Oh,
a stone wall.
need your help.
Oh, okay. What is it? I hear it's a crab. And your helmet is shiny.
Not that shiny.
And so Cappy asks, don't
So,
roadmaps usually have general times to set to them, like quarter one, quarter two? Um, maybe. I mean, I think more than that, this roadmap definitely it was clear that the granular details of what's going to happen, exactly how it's going to happen, when it's going to happen, that stuff wasn't felt like it was the purpose. Yeah, it didn't feel to me that Samuel felt like that was the purpose of this roadmap, which is fair.
Uh,
Like, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, on a small team like Smul has, there's no way to actually give timelines. Even I don't think he gave general timelines. And I mean that's okay. What more we would want to know is exactly what their thoughts are for the coming
Right.
whatever it is. I wish he gave like this is going to happen over the next year or something, or the next
And
4 months or 6 months. I don't know,
I would
but
argue that the in general the roadmap gave us a partial glimpse into what their ideas are, but it didn't give us a full glimpse, right? Like we still don't know a lot of things that the devs are thinking right now, and that's something that I kind of want to. I think we'll go through as we go along in this discussion.
all right. So, I mean, in saying that,
Mm.
let me just make sure I don't have. That should all be light. Yeah, it's just annoying. Okay. Ah, yeah. Okay. Okay, everyone. We can stop talking about Brianna and focus on the roadmap. What was on the roadmap? Let's take a look. What we're gonna do is we're not going to read it. We're expecting that you guys have read the roadmap, but we're gonna look at it and analyze the paragraphs.
Mm. So you're gonna have to help me here because I'm gonna be watching
This
this on my
was not
phone.
part of the deal, was not me saying sweetie and honey and darling or pushing my hair back. Like
What does it look like when you push your hair back? I'm curious to know.
everybody just
Like,
found
does your
out.
hair go flowing, or does it?
It
Yeah,
doesn't.
it just like glitches out. My
Just out of
immersion.
my face. Out of my face. Um, okay. Let's get back to what really matters here.
Yep,
The
yep. Serious
roadmap.
talk.
This
Right,
is a very serious talk.
right.
I look like a lady from your building, so you can now think every time you see that lady in your building that she plays Wurm Online. All right. I'm gonna bring up the roadmap. Uh,
Okay.
Everybody else, you can bring up the roadmap. That's okay, Osbeck. Let's do the roadmap talk, and we're gonna go straight to the items. So we know a couple things. We already had a post from Samul that said what they were gonna do over the next, let's say, month or so. What they
Right.
plan to do in the interim. This was what they're going to do after that. So if you haven't read that
Right.
post yet, you should definitely read that. It just has all the fixes that they're really planning on doing. The UI, like they plan on just touching the UI a bit and doing a bunch of stuff,
Yeah. The name of that
bug
post is
fixes and
on
on
things
things
current.
current.
Yeah. So that's the post outlining what they're doing right now.
And now here's the post about what they're going to do after that. Uh, Again, I'm not going to read this word for word. We're going to go straight to the heart of things because I feel
Right.
we're going to run out of time.
It's very possible. I mean, the intro I really liked. It was going through what was going on now, and they link the post to on things current for us, so that
I did
sort
not
of
do
was
this
helpful.
properly.
And they do have a paragraph saying, "I ask your patience in this part as it might take us a while to actually get to that point," right? Which is hiring new devs,
Yeah.
right? So that's big
So
news.
there's the first
Um,
thing. They're going to hire more devs, but
mm,
which is exciting. I'm assuming that they're programmers, since that's always been the bottleneck for Worm.
yeah,
But also know, and I think he tries to say this in the post, that whenever you hire someone new, I mean, if anybody's ever had a job, you hire someone new, there's going to be a period of adjustment. That period is going to be a specific
Mhm.
amount of time for the person to learn the Wurm system, learn the spaghetti code that's here, and
Yeah,
then be able to come to a point where they're like, okay, I understand this enough to be able to actually contribute.
right.
And that's going to
That might take.
be time. It's going to take
Now,
time.
what one thing that they did mention in the post was that new hired devs are going to be on bug fixing duty for a while. Like and I think that's a great way of introducing them to the system. Like they have to go and look at how the system's supposed to work, and then they look at how the system actually works, but through the
Right.
code, and then they have to fix those bugs. That's a great start for a person who's just learning the system.
Yeah. So expect we are not going to see some sort of miracle amount of work being done. I would say
And,
you won't even see any benefit until maybe the new year, sometime in the
and
new
hey,
year.
Taiki, who says, "Oh
Yes,
my God, you look
let's
gorgeous."
and yeah, and I'm assuming that was for you, but thank you
Right.
anyway. Uh, and yeah, don't you feel left out, Adam? No, not at all.
Nope.
Just a little bit.
I'm
No,
perfectly okay over here.
okay, just checking.
Yeah.
Um, and okay, so we got that out of the way. It's great that we're gonna get more devs, and I can't wait until we start seeing the benefit of that. Now they do mention that they want to do further UI improvements. Um,
Hmm.
I don't believe he said what UI improvements.
What the heck?
Just that there are UI improvements coming. Uh, it would be great if they like the thing that I already showed on a previous stream
Yeah. We clipped it
I'd
too, and
love
it's
to see uh, kind of like skinnier bezels around windows, borders
yes.
around
Yeah.
windows, like a theme like that, and
Mhm.
the ability to. I would love to be able to choose my own font, or for them to have a more modern font.
Modern font. Yeah, the
And
font is
so
quite dated.
we we have a font that's dated, which is okay, but if you're wanting to bring in more players, you got to have a more modern UI, which means a font that looks like it's not from an I don't know Windows Me or something. Now I know that people would say that the font itself is allows for you to see more in a more condensed space,
Mm,
which is true. But that argument for UI design has long sailed past a few decades ago. We don't do
right.
that anymore, right?
Right. So
We
just to be
have. Go ahead.
I like just to be specific here, Ryan's like referring to the UI sort of philosophy of which way should we go to make it better for a universal application? Like people all around the world are going to interact with this UI. What's the best solution for like the human interface between us and even just a computer program? And if you were to gauge like you're weighing larger font and larger areas on the screen for each thing, but at the expense of you can't see as much. It turns out that the optimal solution, like the optimal place on that spectrum, is larger stuff. Like this is why we see in the modern UI, like if you look at all Google stuff, everything is large and taking up more space on the screen. And the reason is because research shows people engage with it in a far easier way.
Katz is saying Adam is
Sorry.
mansplaining Brianna's thoughts.
Yes, I'm just explaining it in a different way. Hopefully, I'm not coming off.
You're gonna make him feel guilty. Anyway, functionality versus
Uh,
like the Yeah, the way and this is
Right.
why people like Streamlabs OBS over OBS,
Hmm.
right? This is why our like Windows 10 looks like this. This is why uh, we have like if you use a Mac or you use a phone that we're not using a font that can squish so many things into a little space. And if you ever used an app that did that, that's tried to squish so much text into a small space, you would not use that app. And that's the problem that we have with Worm right now is that we've we've accepted that. Like it's not for
Mm.
us. We've accepted this font. It's fine for us. It's just not what you want to see to give people the first time they log into this game. They're not going to accept it.
Mm.
And it's something easy that they could do. Add a different font. Allow us to choose between a few different fonts. And then make this one that we have now compatible, but not the default.
Right.
Right? That's what you could do. I mean, it's just a font. You can use a different font, and then what I did in an earlier video, Adam, you said that you you
Clipped
clipped
it.
that piece and put it. Is that I actually created a concept in Photoshop on what it could look like if they just used a different font. Did nothing else but use a different font. The inventory window. The
Right.
inventory
And it
window
looked great.
looks exactly the same. I didn't add any really new functionality. I just changed the font. And yeah, it looked so much better just for that.
Right. Right. I agree completely. I don't know exactly how it's going to feel in game exactly, but I'm sure that there's some balance that can be struck between the size of the
Maybe I
font.
have to show it to everybody again because you're saying
Yeah. Yeah. Show it.
Des
Yeah. Yeah.
Deso font alone won't change much. So here's my
Right.
like I
Right.
it's hard to
Agreed.
think about it. So that's why I created a concept that looked exactly like it would look in the game. So let's see if I can find that. Because you have to choose. Do you want to be able to fit more on your screen, or do you want to have a more modern looking font? Worm could just have both. Worm could just allow you to choose both. The default should be the more modern looking UI. Right? That's what they were wanting to do back last year when they said we need to update the UI. That was a big complaint on the Steam for Worm Unlimited. I mean, this is what they did many years ago when they were thinking about doing the UI thing. They looked at the complaints they were getting on the reviews of Worm Unlimited and said one of the common themes was people saying, "Oh, the UI looks terrible. Looks like a
Hmm.
UI from so long ago."
Right.
They knew this
Agreed.
was a problem, so they decided let's work on it, and this was the result. We got a little
And
bit better UI, but they didn't change
yeah.
really the font look. And the problem now is that the problem now is that on on Steam, people are still going to say the same thing. There's like the updated UI did not fix that problem of people saying, Worm's UI still looks like it's lacking something. And then my
Right.
thing was just like, well, if you just changed a font and then let it fit, then all of a sudden you have a more modern UI. And that's
Right. Are you
why.
showing? Are you showing your
So this is
concept?
what I did for people that didn't see that part of the stream.
Hmm.
If I can get it to load.
Oh, okay.
Okay, here it
Still haven't
comes.
gotten there. I like this idea. I again, it's a matter of I'm not sure how functionally it'll be. Maybe I just have to try it. But I can imagine the first reaction people will have is I won't be able to see nearly as much stuff on my screen as I did before, and that might be something that people will complain about it. But maybe if they added the toggle that allows you to switch back and forth between the old font and the new font, that'll alleviate that problem. Because I can imagine for like
That's
things like
it.
pan filling. Yeah.
And
Things like
yeah, they can
pan
do all that
filling. Yeah, I
stuff.
can.
Yeah, McCoofer thing, also scaling column widths. Yeah, why not? Add that stuff. That's it. That's the exact same window we have right now,
Mhm.
except a
Exactly the
different
same
font.
window.
That's it. It's
Yeah.
got the same amount of information lengthwise. It's got the name, it's got the quality, it's got the same way that the functionality. It's still a list. The only
hmm
thing is that it's got a different font.
hmm
That's it. I just used a
And
different font.
there's a little bit less stuff that can go into the window.
Yeah, they can compact it. They can make the background look different, right? They can add a line here, a line there. That's just basic UI. But essentially, the functionality here is exactly the same with a different font. That's it. And so that was the point of what I did here, was just to like uh, showcase how a different font can affect how modern your UI looks.
Right. Dezo brings up the counter argument, and this is a valid counter argument, right? Worm has so much micromanagement. How are huge letters and constantly scrolling to get same items shown in a view going to help? And I totally sympathize with that counterpoint, which is why I, keep saying that I kind of have to feel like I kind of have to play with it and feel it just to see how it affects that aspect of this game,
So
you
Taiki
know.
Vetre, you want filters, and I was like, yeah, they could add filters, but they actually did. They just need to add more, and I wish that they
Right.
did it in a better, more modern way. But right here, I mean, why am I showing you on this? Let me get rid of.
Yeah.
So
Filters were a great addition. I am
right
using
here,
them
they
all
have
the time.
filters. They're just not. Yeah, they just did it in a way that tried to maximize space, and they're tiny little
Right.
icons, and they didn't add that many. Um, it would be
That's
cool if you
okay.
could add your own. Uh,
Okay. So
I
like
kind of
filter.
wish that they had filters at the top of the window. That would be what people are used to. Uh,
So you can save a button for like filter logs, for example, or something like that.
right. Filters for every single window would be cool. Yeah.
Hmm. Right. They did add BSBs, which was a great help. But I agree. You maybe make that toggleable as well,
Yeah. And
where you see
Casper,
the
you're right.
filters.
We already went through it. Having a bigger
What's that?
font, a slightly bigger font, will make
Hmm.
Windows bigger. That is true.
Yeah. Oh
And you
yes,
have
yes,
to
yes.
balance that with the uh, with the window sizes, trying to get like the windows thinner, the borders thinner, trying to
Yeah.
maximize the space better. Uh,
So I know what Katz is saying here. She's saying that before what we were saying was we want to make things smaller, right? Make it from when you're talking about going to higher resolutions, making that will make all the UI smaller. And then you combine that with making all of the text bigger. And
do you
she's
think it
saying,
would
how is
even
that?
out?
How did, well, no, it's actually going in the same direction. It doesn't even out. It's like it makes all the UI smaller, which reduces the amount of space inside of the UI elements. And then it makes all the text bigger, which again reduces the space inside of the inventory, let's say, even more. And so what she's asking is, how do you reconcile those two things when the
I don't
philosophy should
understand
be
because what you actually said. So I just made my UI smaller by making all of the UI,
yeah,
like compress the UI, right? But by
right.
making a bigger font in the same amount of space in the window. So like I mean that's what we're actually wanting. I'm actually wanting to
Oh, I
increase the
see.
font
It does
size.
balance it out.
But
Yeah, it
but
will balance
that's
it out.
not
You're
what
right.
Katz is talking about. She's talking about
Okay, what
that
is
if
Kat
you
saying?
put in a font that's wider, you're gonna
Yeah,
see less. You're gonna need
yeah.
you're gonna need
The window to
the
be
window
wider,
wider,
and that takes up more
right?
space on the screen.
Which is true. That is true. You need to find a font that looks more modern, that's not giant, but still can signify exactly what you want to see. There
Yeah.
are fonts out there like that. There
The
are
other thing
fonts
is
like we're having this argument, but Worm is one of the only games that doesn't do this. One of the only games. So it's
it
not
doesn't do what?
like Worm is that doesn't use a more modern font.
Right.
There are other games. Like I'm not saying Worm's the only game, but I'm saying like the vast majority of games don't do this. What Worm does.
You know, there's
But
another thing
but there's no reason
about
why
the
you
hold on.
can't have both fonts. There's no reason why you can't be able to choose both.
Yeah. There's another
You
thing
know,
about the UI font business and what's in there. It's what also makes the UI kind of ugly are the little boxes next to everything. That's another thing that is from UIs that are a relic right now. Like the last program that people would have used that had that system of opening up a nested nest of items was like it was some old Windows, I probably from 2000 or before that. And so I know that like the instant people come into this game, those are very clearly a glaring UI sore that people
I'm
see right
just
off of the
talking
bat.
about that
Windows 3.11.
people are using the font as one of the things that they say makes the UI look old. So
Yeah.
why not add an option to have the font look uh, more interesting? The
Like
way
how do you
that
like the font that like they put the title of each window where it says like inventory or the crafting window where it says crafting?
and if
How do you like that font?
I gave an example of what one could look like. I picked a font, one that's very similar to the font that they used for the title of these
Okay.
windows. And then I built it and people see it. And now when
And it
you
looks
look at
good.
it, you don't notice you don't notice that people think that it now, the inventory looks better. The inventory looks like it's a more modern. And yes, Robato's very skinny font, and within Worm, it looks dated. Unfortunately, you can fit more, but you could have both fonts in the game as an option.
So crates, I don't think they need to have so many fonts. They just need to have a few options, I'd say. Um,
Right? You
and
might
and we're
have
not what we're not saying here is that changing the font will make everything better and all problems will go away now. No, we are saying though that here is a thing that devs can do that would literally not take all that long. Like if you were to ask how much dev time would need to be allocated to allowing a new font, it would be a small, tiny project that would be done quickly. And here is where maybe that bang for buck sort of argument that you have, like, like you give a little chart that says if the devs can
yeah.
add something with
Personally,
very
I'd
little
want them.
time
Yeah, I'd
and has a
want them
high
to be able to
impact.
add themes. People can create their own theme,
Okay.
like their own UI. That would be the
Right.
most preferred method, but that would take a lot of
Right.
time. But
That'd
you're
take
right,
a lot of
Cats.
dev
They would
time.
have to use the font and they would have to apply it to all the different things in the game that would need it. I also
Right.
did, like, on that screenshot, I actually applied it to the chat. So I know what that looks like. I don't know if I can show it. I mean, there was a few things that I did in that screenshot. They would have to apply it to the crafting window. They'd have to apply it to the trading window, and I mean, they've already applied it here. They don't have to add it to everything,
Mhm.
but they can add it to a lot of things. Like for example, if I was looking at the tooltip, they wouldn't have to add it to the tooltip. There's certain things that they could add it to that would give a more modern feel to the UI.
Yeah.
If I were to talk about readability, because everybody's readability is a little different than everybody else's, uh, then what I would put into the game or into this conversation is that just open up a book and look at the font they use there. That was determined at some point the most readable font for books. That's why they use it. Uh, Something similar to like Georgia or something like that.
And I don't think they ever put Roboto in books, do they?
Uh, yeah, there's studies, and I'm sure that you can look up which one's the most readable font. I don't know. I mean, you've got to think about the different cultures looking at these fonts, like different people within those cultures looking at the font. It'd be really hard to distinguish what's the best font and what's not the best font. Some people like reading more cursive type of fonts.
Right, me
Some
too.
people
I
don't.
personally like reading more cursive fonts. I like the ones that have the little tails and the
Yeah,
squigglies.
whatever.
Like personally, I find
They
those more
could
readable.
find a font that looks more like Roboto, that's a little bit more modern. It would take up a little more space. Anyway. Who can like Georgia, Cappy? All I said was,
It's
look in books. That's the type of font in books. Nobody actually likes Georgia. No, that's the wrong thing to say.
nobody likes Roboto either. It's like in the same sort of category. It's not
Roboto
about whether
actually
you
looks
like it.
really nice. Certain
It, it,
Roboto fonts.
it reminds me of Arial,
Oh, Cappy.
like just the straight and
Roboto
blocky.
actually looks nice. They have different types of Roboto. The thin one looks really nice in some settings.
Right. This is why they should have options, Serene. Like
Yeah,
people
all
have
we're saying
preferences, right?
is
Some
that
people don't.
give us the best chance to get players in here and keep different
Windows.
fonts. I would almost argue they should add 4, 5, 6 fonts, different kinds of
Yep.
fonts to the UI. That would be the most preferred. I just created an example for a font, and it turned out pretty good. So that was it. Anyway,
Yeah. And
roadmap.
again, the problem. Well, just to conclude this, the problem that we're trying to solve here is when somebody first opens up the game and the first thing that they see doesn't give them a negative reaction, such as the way that the text looks like in this game, especially in the inventory. I know for a fact there's so many people who look at that and say, "Wow, that looks just a little bit too intense for me," and turn it off because I know for a fact because I've seen people do that. I've showed this game to lots of friends, and every one of them comments on how intimidating the inventory window looks. And I think what they mean by that is it is just very busy with a lot of like those little boxes with pluses and tons of text with tiny little icons, and it just looks it's like the first thing that sends that red flag in their head. And I've even had some friends say so far as just because of the way the inventory looks, I can't play this game. Right? But then
That's
you
just
look at
one
another game
example.
like right, but then you look at another game like Skyrim that has the same kind of inventory layout in the sense that they have items and then they have columns that give you stats about those items. Like nobody says anything about that
Those
inventory
same
system.
people can
Can play those ones.
and don't comment at all.
Don't comment at all. Don't even look at it about it at twice. They think this is just perfectly fine. Right?
But
And there's
so,
something different about
why?
Worm.
And I don't know, UI, UX, all these things play in their minds. That's it. All we're saying, there are things they can do
Hmm.
to give Worm the best chance.
Okay, so Kat's saying, the only reason I'm pushing back on Brianna's font wishes is because I was helping out with the UI before the Steam launch. I know from practice that there is already a struggle to fit the font with Rubato. If it was a wider font, it would be even worse. Originally, I wanted to use Palantino for more things, but it didn't fit without using considerably smaller size of font. Okay, so
But isn't that the
that
problem?
that's telling me that the devs were really concerned with size of things. But that also contradicts the design choice of putting such a wide border around all the inventory. Right?
Yeah,
Like,
I
couldn't
mean,
you
you're
get
talking about
some
font versus the the way they decided to go about uh, displaying the
fitting the
window
size,
information to us. And what we ended up getting was more of a skin, right? We
a
ended up getting a
reskin?
skin of the old window, not a
Imagine.
imagining of our UI and how it could work. Uh, does this game need a reimagining on how things work to make it more modern and to fit a more uh, some sort of system that feels more natural to people? Probably.
I don't think the
I don't think we're
reimagining
gonna
needs to
get
be
it.
that drastic. It doesn't need to be drastic. It just needs to be like you have
There are
to
windows that
imagine
need
a
updates.
slightly
There
different way.
are, uh, they probably need to throw out a lot of things the way that it works and redo things. That would be the best option. Sure,
I have a question. Should we have a wooden fence down at the bottom here so that we can,
we
if we're
should.
in the farm area and we want to come out here,
Yeah, I almost thought about making one on this side, but I guess not.
we could also do one on that side too, especially once that
I,
area.
yeah, we'll
Hmm, we
re-evaluate that
we
later.
kind of didn't set it up so that there could be a bridge from this here to a building that we build on the side here.
We'll think about that later.
Yeah.
Anyway, wasn't supposed
Anyway,
to be really a debate because, to be honest, it shouldn't be like this should not be a debate. Worm does have UI
right,
problems. We wish that we could have a better UI to help new
right.
players into the game, whether they do it or not. Like, we have all accepted the UI. We don't care
Hmm.
if they do a newer modern UI, but we kind of care
We
whether
honestly
we
didn't
can.
even complain all that much about it. We've
Yeah,
complained a
but we
little bit
kind of
about it.
care if we can get our friends to play. We kind of care we can get more people to play. And those are the people we're
Right,
referring to.
right.
Anyway, and yeah, and there's tons of things that they could do to make the game better. Tons of things. UI is definitely one of them. It's been proven that the UI is definitely one of them. We don't have to
Right.
go on
They've
that.
even
It's not the only one, and it might
they've
not even
even
be the most important thing.
there's one thing that came clear through the roadmap was that they, especially when they're talking about the combat, in which we'll probably get into in a second, but they want to take things out of the event window and put them into the environment. And this is sort of something that can aid in removing just so much of the UI. Like if they can somehow figure out how to remove the event window 100%. Like, I know that that sounds crazy and that there's so much information in the event window that we all rely on. But if somehow that information was conveyed through the game instead of the event window, and they went through one by one, got it all done.
Yeah, so I don't want to spend a lot of time on that because we have in
Okay.
the past. But
Yes, yes.
here's a experiment that you guys can do. So we all want more immersion. We all say we want to have in the game. We want to be able to immerse ourselves in the window. We want to get rid of the windows. We want to play in the game world. So here's an experiment that you can do right now. Minimize your event window like that and play the game and write down what are you missing? What is the event? And this will teach you what the event window is giving you as far as information. And it shows you how much we rely on the event window to tell us things. And this will show us
Mhm.
what exactly we rely on in the event window to tell us. And wouldn't you rather, instead of playing in the event window, to play in the game? to take those items in the event window that were drastically missing and somehow place it in the game world so that we wouldn't have to rely on the event window so much. And
We're missing a lot of the chat, but Dezo, what do you? I don't understand. How do you know how many actions you have queued currently if they aren't queued from the crafting window? There's no UI for this. Oh, I see. So like, yeah, you
mhm,
don't see.
the crafting
Yeah,
window was the
that's
only thing that allowed us to show that. There's other games that do it differently. There's if anybody's played Rise On, they just have like the queuing actions just appear on the screen, separate from everything else. Almost like a queuing action, not even a window, just like a floating amount of things. There's other ways to do it. Uh, yes, there's other ways to do it. That's it. Um,
mm.
Tuxie, you've never heard anyone else reference Rise On. I mean, it is a game.
Yeah.
We didn't play for very long, but we did play it enough to know a little bit about it.
So I have a question here. If we're going to put a gate at the end here, where do we want that gate to be? This is a
It doesn't matter.
even
Just
number of tiles.
place it on one of the sides. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
That's where
Oh,
you and Drogos met. That's really cool.
interesting. Okay, I'll put it in the center, but slightly to the left.
So Rhizome is
Yeah,
cool, but
that's
has
really cool.
0 end game. I mean, we didn't play it long enough to know what's happening at the end game in that game.
Hmm,
Um,
hmm.
it sounded
We
like a
honestly
lot
didn't
of
give
the
it that much
players
of a chance.
sounded like a lot of the veterans just like the game the way that it is, and they don't want it to change. So they just kind of like
Brian just
leave
the reason
the
I think
features
Brian's
in
bringing
there.
Rhizome up is because there was a YouTube video that he linked to me that discussed the idea of how veteran players wanted that game to sort of stay the way it was, and therefore the dev team did not develop it to make it more user friendly towards the new players. And there was a lot of like echoes of games that we played in the past, and including Worm in the arguments that the person was giving. Um, yeah.
So, so Socrates, you're saying, or Socrates, you're saying that you think it's just the timer, which in itself, and hey Yaga, the timer, if that was removed and put into the game, you'd be fine. I mean, just play around with it. All of you guys, just like minimize the event window and just keep going. I'm sure you'll find more stuff. The event window or the event timer is a big one, though. You're right.
Okay, so Ozbek was saying that he's a new player, less than 1 month. The tutorial was fine, but for
Mm.
him,
And Dezo, you're right.
he knew a lot from watching videos. So like
Okay.
it's like the argument of does a player need to rely on videos or external sources in order to learn how to play the game, or should that be a part of the game? Like that's what a lot of these people are arguing, right? Like even that Rise on
I,
video and
that's
that
another
guy from MMO or OP or what is it? Over massively
massively
OP.
OP.
Like it's like
You're
that
right.
argument.
Um, there is a little bit of that, but yeah, which MMO have you played that you've never read or watched something about it? The difference
Right.
here
That's
is
true.
if you like a game, you will go
Yeah.
out and actively learn about it. If you don't like a
Yeah.
game, you won't, and you'll use it as a crutch on why you don't like the game. But what that tells me is that this worm itself needs it definitely needs more a better tutorial. It definitely needs more guidance in a smart way to get the player to understand why we all love this game. If we can do just that, then we give them the best chance at succeeding in getting them to understand why this game is special. And then they can
Right.
make the choice. Well, maybe it's not for them. You know, they go. That's fine.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
it kind of
Now, Pinkstree is saying that people kept saying combine things, activate things, imp things, and that there's no indication of what any things are. It took me a while to figure out just how to activate, never mind how to combine. And I'm wondering, like, is that not part of the tutorial because it used to be in the old tutorial? Like, did they get rid of instructions on how to combine, let's say, or yeah, I guess
I don't
combine's not
know.
there. What about activate?
Let's go
There must
back
be. I don't
to
know.
Dezo. You're 100% right when you say that there's no visual on knowing your cue. What and what are you queuing? And I thought about this a little while ago. What could they do to make you see what you're queuing more? And one example that I had in my head is, okay, let's say you were imping. This is just one example of many things that you could do. Uh, they could put like a little, let's say I was going to imp. This is a bad example here. Let's say I was going to go into my armor and imp like these two things. Or let's say I was going to repair this. Then I could start the repair and then the timer could appear like as a background underneath this line to show, and then like maybe a little dot or something that indicates I am imping, I'm queuing this. And then if I start this one, then they would put like a little dot or a number saying that I'm now actioning this. It'll tell you what you're working on based on the background kind of like bar timer that could go across here. And
Hmm.
it could give you an idea of what you're queuing next. Something like that. Uh, is that all well thought out? No. But it would be really cool if they figure something out like that. I mean, that's part of the whole UX update that I was hoping that they would be working on.
Hmm.
Because there are so many
Right.
things like that. Activating, how do you know what you're activating? How do
Like,
you
and
know what you've
when you say
activated other than what's on your tool belt?
and when you say that when like you were hoping that they were addressing this with the UI update, what you're referring to is the UI update that they like started months and months and months before the Steam launch
They announced
and
it last September.
last September or something like that. And if it we yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else to say.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
It's
Anyway, it's okay. We love this game.
like
It's not for us, right? The UI is perfectly fine for us. As
isn't the
many people
problem.
are saying it in the chat that like don't change it. I like it the way it is, you know? But
Here's the problem. They've already have us. Everybody that plays this game, they've already won us over. They don't have to change anything for us. We already are okay with the way that it functions.
right.
Everything that they would be doing would be to modernize the game in a way that's more standard across the MMO or just RPG or gaming sphere. So that when players come into this game, they don't have to feel like they're relearning something that we've already accepted and love.
Right.
That they
Like how
could feel like they
Taiki was
understand how to
mentioning
play
like
the game, just the very basic mechanics of the game, that they understand it. And then we can throw the extra nice features on top of that. So
right.
they don't have to
Like
fight the mechanics and then learn the game at the same time.
and Taiki was saying earlier, like just the idea of activate was kind of counterintuitive. And somebody else, like I'm just gonna try to see if I can find it, but somebody else was saying even that
There are
Pinkstree was saying
things they
even
could
right
do.
clicking things isn't as intuitive as you might think. Like this game has such a counterintuitive UI. Yeah, I mean like the interface between the what you do, like holding
Yeah,
left click to look around, like that's in no other game that I've ever played.
yeah.
And
So
right clicking to open menus.
separate learning the game from basic mechanics of the game. right? So there,
Right.
and this is to you, Dreas. It is an attraction of the game, just how much you can learn Worm, but you don't want them to be fighting just basic mouse mechanics,
Right.
right? Like
I,
we don't see it because we play the game and we're fine. Like, but
right.
sit down anybody that's played a lot of the other games, if you have like any friends that have just played MMOs their life, and then get them to sit down in Worm and just watch them for the first like 5 minutes. And it's like that 5 minute pain. I mean, that's what sticks in their head. They're
Right.
gonna say,
Dezo.
"Why would I play that game?" They remember when they played that game that they couldn't even figure out how to like move their character.
Yeah. Dezo, you're looking at it from the perspective of somebody who's rewired their brain to already accept that left click is to look around. Like a completely separate person than the one I was discussing before. I
This is
sat
not
them
about
down with
us.
Worm. I watched them play, and they got so frustrated with the fact that left click was look around. But by the maybe 20th time of swearing at his mouse, he said, "Forget it. I can't play this game." Like he
So
couldn't play it literally because he couldn't get it in his head that the left, like he knew it in his head, but he couldn't get his brain to get his finger to press the mouse button in the right way that got him to do what it wanted to do because he was so used to right click looking. And that's just
yeah,
like he couldn't play the game because of that.
yeah, and then yeah, Tuxie, you're saying it does make it hard to switch back and forth between different games because it's like reversed. It's like the whole argument of, when I scroll the mouse wheel up, should I look up or should I look down? Sometimes those are reversed in different games. And if you're going to switch between two different games that do it differently, your brain's going to have trouble adjusting. And it's the same, like this is an MMO. We're trying to bring players from other MMOs into this game that like sandbox, and we don't want to make the mechanics of the game be something of a stepping stone between them. That's all. Um,
Right.
you want to give them the
Back to the
option to be able to feel better right from the first 5 minutes of them playing, and not have to get them looking. And it's just another sort of thing that they could do to help ease players into the game. And you know what was funny is that they actually did, if you look at over here, add something called swap mouse buttons, and it says swap left and
right.
right mouse buttons. That
Right.
doesn't work.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
Try
They
it.
implemented
Click it
it.
on. I don't know
It
why it
did
doesn't
work at
work.
one point. I'll tell you exactly why it doesn't work. They implemented it. It worked for a little while, and I tested it out. And I couldn't use it that way, even though I'm really used to right click as look and left click as the left click was menu. In the game world, it was no problem. It was the moment I went to using the inventory menus, that's where the problem was. And I can't exactly tell you exactly what the problem was. Per se, it was like part of like rewiring my brain again, right? But just the act of opening up, let's say
Yeah.
the like like the family of, like you have the, let's say, 5 stone shards and you click the little button there. I couldn't get my brain to use the right click to open up that, and I couldn't use my brain, like I couldn't. It just was frustrating in the same way as it was frustrating to my friend who tried and couldn't get used to the left click look. So in that respect, it didn't feel good.
Right.
Why do we guys not report what things?
I'm assuming the swap mouse button problem. And the thing
Oh,
is that
we've
Worm has
I've asked Retro about it already.
yeah, they have a big list of bugs
Yeah.
already. If you think that it hasn't been put onto their list,
Yeah.
like it has. But
I mean, the only thing that I can think of is that it was on the list, but then the current people don't remember or don't know that it was on the list. That might be the case.
they have a list,
But
they
I
could
know
look
for
at
a
it. It's just
fact,
not the top priority on that list. The list is so
yeah,
long.
I know that is on the list for sure somewhere.
Oh wow. Okay.
If I reported everything that I think needs to be changed, it would, like it. Here's the problem with the devs. The devs look at the suggestions, and I know there's that argument that the devs never implement anything from the suggestions. It's like Right, because most things on the suggestions shouldn't really be implemented. And if you have somebody who's just like constantly every day they come up with another thing that needs to be improved, it's like the devs aren't going to like they're going to get numb to it after a certain amount of time. Like they have to
Yeah.
get to the point where they're like, we're going to focus on doing this. This is how we're going to decide to do it.
Hmm.
And all these arguments we have to sort of come up with our own way based on
Okay, back to the
okay,
roadmap. Perfect thing. So
back
they
to the
did it,
roadmap.
and
Okay.
Samul said, "We are gonna focus on this." What
Should we
is
leave
that?
this
So
open? What do you think? Or
mm,
if we want to open later, we can
we need a lot of dirt, but yeah, just close it. Um,
yeah,
so let's
okay.
take a look ahead. What they're gonna
Yeah.
work on next. All right, the first thing that they say that they're gonna work on next is that
Mhm.
surprise, they've been working on a combat overhaul this entire time, and they just almost got it to release before the Steam launch, but it didn't quite work, and they just need to do a bit of testing, and it's coming. Surprise!
It's a bad. Yep. We
That's the
thought
twist trick.
we'd let you know this like a few weeks before we put it into the game. That's not what they said, but
Now,
it brought
how
back
did
memories
everybody
of
sort of react to that paragraph? I mean, I'm paraphrasing just a little bit, just a smidge.
yeah.
Uh,
I'm so torn with this one because I'm so happy that combat was on their list of things that they're working on. So happy, like
here's the
ecstatic,
thing: if you
because
actually read the paragraph, how do people think when they read that they're working on a combat? I mean, I'm going to quote him here: a combat overhaul. That is the words he used. No, sorry. He said a large combat overhaul.
I'm just reading. I'm trying to catch up with the chat. It's like I'm trying to figure out
Sorry
what's
if
happening
we
here.
don't respond to you guys. We're trying our best.
Yeah,
What are your
it
first
does
thoughts on that?
on fighting, on
Yes.
combat overhaul. I mean, again, I just said my first thoughts, and they were I'm happy that they're working on combat. I am terrified that they've been working on combat for this long, because, like, why I'm terrified is because I don't want to be disappointed with what gets announced about it. Um, I really am so hopeful that the combat overhaul is something that sort of meets the expectations of the Worm community, um, or potentially even exceeds the expectations of the Worm community.
We don't know what they're
Um,
doing. Just like,
don't know what they're doing. Yeah,
but like,
we have
we
some
just,
words.
what are
We,
the
we
first
can
thoughts that people have in
we
their
can
minds?
we can make some predictions about what we might think it will look like, but
Well, we
based
don't have
on
to make too much predictions. If you
okay,
read the paragraph that he wrote, it actually gives a little insight of how they were looking at what they were going to do to improve it. So let's take a look at that next.
okay, yeah, but
Um,
before that, let's look at text, the chat. I mean, I want to see what
yeah.
people are saying. So, Taiki, you're saying combat in PvE is awesome. Is it awesome like the way it is? You mean? And Katz is saying my first thoughts about time. Yeah, and Worming Zeth. Hello, pretty woman. Um,
I think that one's for you.
Drea. Treos is saying, I play on PvE. Why get into combat in open world? I just kill cows for leather and meat. You need more reason for
Hmm.
combat on. Okay, so your argument is that you need more reason to get into combat on PvP, and that's definitely
Yeah,
something that
I
we're
mean
going to talk
we've
about for
talked
sure.
about that in the
We've
past,
talked about that before.
like
Yeah,
not even that many episodes ago.
yeah. It's about the motivation for going out and doing combat, not just changing the mechanics of it. But yeah.
Hmm.
Um, let me see. Anything else? Rippins, you're saying you don't care much for PvP, so you're basically associating combat with PvP, and you don't really care
Hmm.
that combat doesn't make any difference in PvE. I don't know. I don't know if everybody thinks that way though. Maybe some
You're
people will for
always
sure.
gonna have a split. Worm is not a combat-focused game. It's not. So when they say we're working on combat, they're working on a subset of the game that only some players do.
Mhm.
And that's just what
Right.
it is, right?
Yeah, and Deathwin saying,
Even
"I don't
after
want
this
active
change,
combat."
yeah, combat will not be the focus of it.
Right.
And so
So
that's a good question. What did you just say there?
I'm just saying, I'm reading like a bunch of people are saying the similar things. So I'm just listing them. Deathwind is saying he
Mhm.
doesn't want active combat. Slider's saying what he thought meh, should should be good, but I don't care much either way. So like, there's going to be a large proportion of PVE players who feel this way that it's not really going to affect them because they don't really go fighting, and all they fight for is to get leather and materials for crafting, and that's the people who play the crafting side of this game for
Yeah.
sure. Um,
So Deathman, I'd be
yeah.
very curious to know, what do you mean by active combat? Because I know that there was some posts on the forums be like, "Oh, I don't want the combat for Worm to change,
To be
because I
to be
can't do Twitch
Twitch,
combat."
right?
And it's like, I hope they know what Twitch combat is, right? Because
Yeah.
that's
No,
not the only
just
option here,
it is. Yeah, is
and it
like here's the
wasn't
thing. I know
something
that
they would ever do.
people would not want Twitch combat, but and I'm not saying that this is something they should do, but what
Like,
about the type of combat of WoW, for example?
yeah, where
Uh,
did Twitch combat go? Yeah, I
yeah,
I don't
don't
think they've
do
ever
that.
will
But like,
mention that word, because that will
yeah,
not work in Worm, and they do not
but
want to do that.
I want to know like,
It's
okay,
not what they're saying.
Twitch combat definitely bad. But what about a WoW target tab based system like you see in World of Warcraft or old school MMOs? Um, I mean, I don't know. Is that considered active combat?
Yeah, so I wonder, what does active combat or like mean? They have to do something.
Right. Right.
Let's look at
That you can't just walk up and
let's look at what people believe Worm combat is. And I say believe because this is what there's a difference to what we do, the mechanics behind it, and what actually happens. And so what we do is we sit in front of a mob. We try to make sure that we are at the correct distance, which is fairly easy, and we try to be on a horse or something to get above the mob. And we wait till it dies. Maybe we change the direction we're swinging once. But okay, so that's what we do, and then we wait and then it dies. Um, what actually happens? So what's actually happening if you're reading the combat window is that
right.
the mob itself is like changing the direction at where it's trying to hit you.
Hmm.
And it's hitting you on the leg, and it's hitting you on the head, and it's hitting you in different directions. And it doesn't matter to us because we get hit and we're going to heal it later. We just keep batting that mob.
Right.
So, and there's other things that are happening that you could do that we sometimes don't. Like, you could focus on the mob, which is kind of counterintuitive a little bit. Uh,
Right.
we can unlock special abilities we don't use because it doesn't do anything, really.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
we have
Even
the
when you get good
ability
at it, they don't do
we have the
much.
ability to change ahead of time between aggressive, normal, and defensive types of combat. Which changes the stats or something that are used within the combat itself. We have the ability to block in different directions, which we don't use because
Mm.
whatever. Like, why would we even block? What is the benefit of that? We
Right.
don't see the benefit of that at all. But it's there. Right, let me target this guy right here. I probably should have put on my armor before that I did that. So we have the
What?
ability to change the defend left, defend up, top, defend right, defend bottom. Here, let's defend
Mhm.
top. What happened? Nothing, because it's in the combat window where it says you
Right.
shelter the higher parts of your body. And then
Right.
here, finally, it shows that I'm sheltering it. Why am I sheltering that part of the body? I don't
Who
know.
really reads the combat log? Exactly.
Yeah. So
PvP players read it. tell
Yeah,
you that
PvP
much.
players will read it. We don't read it because, I'm gonna win this. Why do I care?
You're gonna win this whether or not you read it. Yeah.
But there are the point is there are things in the game already that are supposed to drive interactivity between you and the mob,
Mhm.
and there are things that we ignore. So
Yep.
let's read one sentence of what Samul said.
Okay, you read that. I have to go to the bathroom.
Okay, so he says, so the goal of the combat update will be to increase the interactivity and engagement of the combat. How are they going to do this? So they're going to do this by providing better visual feedback in combat. And then in brackets, he says, which will significantly reduce the need to read the combat chat. Let's think about that for a second. I just showed that I can defend the top. I don't know why I'm defending the top, but if you go into the combat window, it probably could say the seal is going to attack you from some sort of side, and then you could react to that. You could, if you were looking at it smart enough, and you'd be like, I'm gonna react to the left or react to the right. And so what he's trying to do, and we don't know how he's going to do this, but what we do know is that he's trying to make it so that they're going to take that combat log out of the combat window uh, and provide some sort of visual feedback to it so that we understand why we are blocking and doing things, why we need to use these things.
Right.
So if you had to ask me, I would say that we don't have to worry about Twitch. That wasn't even a word they used. It's nothing to do with the Worm combat system. But what I think we're going to end up getting is a combat system where we don't need to rely at all on the combat window, but it's just going to function exactly the same way as what we basically have now.
Mhm.
We're just going to use those features that we have now in a more thoughtful way, in a way that we understand
See,
better
my
because we
hope is
get
that
actual feedback.
my hope is that at the very least, in addition to that, they tweak certain things. Like, I don't want to see just them add these visual things, and that's the only real change. Like, I know that they did mention like special moves might get a little bit of tweak, but I don't know. How much do they need to
Now,
tweak in addition to
could they
that?
do more? I don't know. We don't know. But yeah, the goal, and this shouldn't even be a thing just for combat. The goal for the entire game should be, how do I eliminate this window? And for Adam, I'm pointing to the combat / event
Right.
window. How
Right.
do I make it so we don't have to rely on that window? That we can take the information from that window and display it
Right.
somehow in
Somewhere
the
else.
game. Now, it doesn't mean there wouldn't be a log. Logs are great. Logs give you information. But it
Right.
shouldn't be the way that you shouldn't be what you rely on to do your everyday little things that you do. Right?
Right.
So the goal, which would be really hard, would be to remove the need for the event window to give you everyday basic information about how you're playing the game. And then to have the event log there for people that want to read it. Right?
Yeah.
What
I'd agree with
what
that.
if I told you, and we're used to the event log, so we're used to the fact that we use the event log on a daily basis. That's why I sort of said, minimize that for a bit, go around, do your thing, and look at the things that you're missing from your game. What are the things that you rely on that event log? And how could they do that differently so that we still get the same information that the event log gives you, but without the need for that log? I mean, imagine if I were to tell you, like, if we were playing the game and we had to play the game with this window because there was really, and I'm looking at the Worm console window, and I was like, well, there's some really important information in this Worm console window, so we have to keep it open to read it. Would you
Right.
be okay with that? We don't do it now, but how about if
Right.
we did?
What if they added stuff to this window that you had to
And then
look
we
at
said,
that was vital
and then we
information
said,
for
well, now
playing?
they're trying to get rid of this window and now incorporate the things into the game itself.
Right.
I mean, it's different
Like,
feeling because we don't use it right now.
there are still some things that the Wurm Online, like the Wurm console, can do that aren't incorporated into the game. Like,
They're
there's a lot of stuff you could do with this thing.
Hackermans. I was just saying, like we're coming from a situation where we rely on these. We're used to relying on these windows because that's just how it is.
Yeah.
Uh,
I have a question.
but that's
These
not
two-
normal. Like it's not
these two
normally how
fences-
games work.
Oh, I just noticed something. Look how cool this is. The model for the wood fence. Where are you? Yeah, you see the model of the
Yeah,
wood
right
fence
here.
has this
Yeah.
little latch that sticks out of the stone over here.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Isn't that so cool? And then when it closes, the latch even like has little. The other end has a little animation that goes up and down. I never noticed that. That's so cool. And they made that come right at the top of the gate. Like before, I felt like there was no gate that
Anyway.
would fit this fence, but I think this gate is designed particularly for this fence. And what were you planning on doing over here with this gap?
Nothing.
Put
I
this
just
gap on
ran out of
purpose?
stone.
Okay, so
So anyway,
I'm
that's
gonna-
my thoughts on combat. We're gonna just get more visual feedback within the game world based on
Right.
the same sort of combat mechanic that we have.
right.
And that's pretty much it.
I
That's what
am
we're gonna get.
okay with that update. If that's what it is, if that's what it ends up being, I know that you want more.
Anything
but
more would be a
but-
bonus. Yeah.
but here's the thing: it's like
Do you
the
need
way that
more
the development
rocks
works.
at all?
I need one more. The way that the development in this game goes is that it's incremental, right? Like they add this thing now, and then they add another thing next time, and they add another thing, and over like the course of like 4 major updates, we see the system come into play, and becomes more cohesive. And I really think that the Worm team needs to have that forward thinking. Like they have to think of the next few systems and how those systems interact with everything that they're doing right now. So they're doing something now with combat that's going to lay the foundation, and they have to be forward thinking so that incorporated in that update is the forward sort of design that can lend itself to what they plan to do next.
Yeah. So we hope that with more devs coming, you're right, Deso.
Yeah.
More
yeah.
devs coming.
More devs.
Maybe we'll have faster time between larger features.
Yep, totally.
So that's the combat update that I feel
Yeah.
that they're touting. They did say they're going to put it to the public testing, so I do recommend when they do that everybody that has the time go and test it.
I wonder if they're doing private testing. Like if
Of course, they'll do
there are people
private
in
testing.
I mean to say outside of the team, but private still.
Oh, I don't know.
Like you know how game developers will do like an alpha, and the alpha usually incorporates like a invite only sort of thing.
Yeah, there's
I
not.
guess
There's
maybe
not enough
they're
people
probably
for
not
that.
thinking there's not enough people for that. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe there is not. But you don't think that there's people in the community who would love to get their hands on it, even in its rough stage?
You know how
right
much
now?
work that would be?
Maybe.
Be so much work
But you know how much feedback they would
to
get?
organize that.
You know how much good feedback they would get though?
They would
Like, at
also
least they
have
would
to
get a
spend
sense of-
time. Like, so imagine if you're going to get feedback from a group of players, I would say about 80% of that feedback is going to be a waste. Right?
Maybe,
It's
but
either going to be stuff that you've already thought of, stuff that you've already, or that wouldn't work. Because it's hard to, as a player, think about how it's going to incorporate into the game properly, how
But
the
sometimes
coding
it's
works and the
also-
programming works.
it's
So
hard-
now you have to spend time organizing that,
sure.
providing.
But sometimes it's hard for the devs to think about what the player's reaction is going to be to it. Like maybe they think,
it sounds
we're going to
great.
incorporate this, and it sounds great, and it's going to work, and then the players get a hand on it, and they all look at it like this should have been like you should have told us earlier before you started working on this, because we could have told you back then that this was not going to work this way.
Yeah.
Like that's happened
It would be
before in
great.
Wurm.
That shouldn't need a private testing for that. Not in a game like
maybe.
Worm. It just needs
But
public
it needs to
testing.
have
That's it.
earlier public testing then. Like they need to pass the idea by a certain group of players before they start developing it. Why spend time developing
Yeah,
something
this
that
is your
if you
pet
were to,
peeve.
yeah, it is my pet peeve. It doesn't have to be
I can.
public, but it has to be certain, it has to be passed by people who know this game to a level that they can determine whether or not the system would fly. You know what I mean? And
Listen,
it
if
could
they
be
had enough
internal. It
people
could
and
be
they had
even hired
people,
people.
you're talking about QA testing essentially.
Exactly. QA testing. That's exactly what I'm
Do you know how
talking about.
much money, like developers, not developers, but just
Yeah,
organizations
yeah.
pay for
Spend.
QA
Do you know
testing?
do you know why they pay that much money? Do you know
Because
why they're
it's
willing
great.
to spend
It's
that
great.
much money on QA testing?
Of
Yeah,
course.
because it works.
Yeah. Will we ever get that in Worm? No. Let's not even
Well,
go there. Like,
I know, but it's a wise investment. It's a wise
no, it's
investment.
not a wise investment for this
It
game.
totally is. It is. Every game
Now,
could
could they have
use
public
this.
testing and try to
Sure, public
go
testing is
through
part of it.
that and do better at
Public testing is part of QA testing.
socializing
What the
it?
heck?
So
QA.
what you're going to find in this list of roadmap is that every single paragraph, they could now take that paragraph, like the combat system, create an entire new topic on the forums about
Microsoft.
explaining what they wanted to do, the reasons they wanted to do it, the
What the heck?
justification behind their changes that they're making, and all of that stuff. And that's what I like. You know, I'd hope that Worm gets to a point where that happens. They just
I
talked a
think
little bit about combat is coming, and now they create a new post that says, "Here's sort of what what we're thinking of. These are our justifications on why we're thinking of. We want feedback on for people." And they go through that sort of public thing. Then they incorporate some of those changes into. Uh, uh, they would have to have somebody that reads through it, gets all of the good uh, feedback from that, implement some of it
Microsoft, okay,
within,
Microsoft
explain
proved,
why.
hold on. Microsoft proved why, what it looks like when you don't have good QA testing. That's what they did. They didn't
Anyway,
prove that you can go without it. Hey, Zek9, what's going
how
on?
you doing, Zek9? Anyway, that's it. What you're gonna find is that every single paragraph could use a post like that, and then could use getting put on the test server, and then going through that rounds, sort of like a
Right.
mini QA sort of thing. I mean, that would be.
But I ask you,
They could do
when
that.
would that be optimal in the development cycle of an idea? Like when do you do that post where you're outlining your
We can't
ideas?
decide that. I don't know
I
why we
understand that,
would
but
talk about that.
we can't decide that. But when do you think it would be an optimal time to do that? Would it be after you've developed the whole thing, and then you start doing
Obviously,
QA?
no.
Okay,
I
why
mean
not?
that's I mean you're opening up a can of like
I am. It's the
something that
can of
people have
worms
thought
that
about for the history of like projects
right.
and the
So I want
different
to know what is the
methodologies of
because
projects.
I know you study this sort of stuff. This is your like you
Yeah.
study this sort of stuff. And my question to you, because I don't know the answer to this, but like when is the optimal time to do that sort of
Okay, you're
stage
talking about
of
optimal
in your
time. So
project?
let's break this down. So there is
Okay.
two types of projects, let's say, that are main focused. I don't know why
Okay.
we're talking about this, but
Yeah, this is theory. This is like
there's
not
one called
related to
the
Worm too
waterfall
much.
approach.
Okay.
Okay, for people that know what the waterfall approach is, I'm sure I know you.
Possibly some people,
They
but
have,
not me for sure. So
let's say we're looking at the combat as an example. So we
Mhm.
want to change combat, and they go through the process of figuring out what they want to do. They go through the planning. They do all of this stuff that
yeah.
allows them to figure out exactly what they want the combat to be changed to. And then they go through the process of implementing those changes, like executing those number of changes that they have there. And then only
Yeah.
after they've changed everything that they wanted to do they do a round of QA testing.
Okay. Okay.
That's one.
So
methodology.
That
So
sounds
yes,
like the methodology that they're using. Yeah.
so they
So
they
there's
could do
actually
that.
okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Um, they've learned a very long time ago that in coding or programming, this
Mhm.
methodology sucks
Okay. Why?
because of every concern that you have right now, which is, they get to the end of it and then only then they get feedback. And now, and only now, they have to make a decision. They get all this feedback and they have to decide, do I just like accept this feedback and then go another 3 or 4 months and implement that feedback before I even release anything?
Right.
Or do I release it and then have something to show for it, have an actual product to show for my work? And this is why it doesn't
Okay.
work. I mean, it works, but it draws out the timeline
There's
more.
some. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So
So what
then,
they did
if the
was they
waterfall approach is not the right one,
so there's another way, and this is more of the way that I guess the majority of uh, programmers would use, uh, even if they don't know it, is more of what they call an agile approach, agile
okay,
methodology. So the
agile
people that know the
methodology. Yeah,
agile methodologies, they say,
I've heard you talk about this
yeah,
before.
the MVP, the minimal viable product, or whatever it's called.
Okay.
What they basically say is, let's break down the combat system into smaller chunks. Let's say, and what they do is, let's say we can break down the combat into 10 different things that we want to change, but each one could basically be like an incremental improvement to the combat system.
Mm.
I'm kind of breaking this
Okay.
down so you can understand this.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I need that because I
now,
don't know this stuff
okay,
really.
so now let's just say there's this small thing, the combat window. I just got to
Uh-huh.
change the combat window. That's like something that we can do, something we can release. So now let's just implement it. It's going to take a lot less time to implement that. Maybe it's only going to take a week. Maybe it's only going to take 2 weeks. And then after we've spent the week or two on development, we switch it over to QA. Then they do the QA on just that one item, and they go through almost the entire process in like a very short period of time, and then they release it.
Okay.
This is not new. This is like an old way. This was developed very long time ago. Uh, and now they have something to show for their work in the last 3 weeks. They have a window.
Mm. Right. Right.
This is
There's some
not
outcome
their
of the
combat
plan.
overhaul. This is just a
Right.
small portion of their combat overhaul that they can
Right.
now collect feedback on, and then release sort of like an update to it within like the next week, as an
Mm.
example, and
And at the
refine
same
it.
time, move on to the next thing as well
And then they move on to the
in
next little
parallel.
thing.
Like in parallel, would you say you would move on to the next thing?
Depends on how it
Okay.
works. This is just concept. We're just talking concept here.
Yeah. 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 Totally.
And that's what they kind of do that out of necessity in Worm. Now,
Okay.
here's what we don't know. We don't know if I mean they don't do that with bigger things in Worm. Right? You wouldn't have seen like half or a little piece of the cooking system release. Or maybe they did, I don't know. Or like the bridge system. Did they have in their minds this big giant thing? The bridge system could have been, for example, something like, we want to include bridges in the game. We want to make them 3 tiles wide for
Mm.
certain bridges. We want to include this many types of bridges.
Right.
We want to include them to be able to be built in mines. We want to include them, and like they would go through their list of things that they would want for bridges. But they would lay that all out and be like, well, maybe we'll just start with like one type of bridge and we'll just see if
Mm.
that works. And then they just start with that, and then they get to the end of that, developing just that one thing. And then they release it to everybody and they say, here's bridges with like a wooden bridge or something. More are coming.
Right.
Here, our overall plan of bridges is all of this, but let's release this. Everybody has time to
Although
react to it and build it. And then they do like a round of testing and then they take the feedback and then they apply
now,
it to the next round of bridges
if
they
I
want to
can
make.
just comment on something about the bridges example, is that when the process of development for the bridges was happening, like when the public kind of knew it was happening, I'd argue that the method that was used there to use like what Titch did was that she made post after post outlining all of the details of the system that she was building, and you know explaining. Sometimes she would explain some of the limitations that she's running into and some of the bottlenecks that are happening, and you know sh- like maybe that was kind of like a hybrid system, right, where she was developing the entire system all at once and releasing it all in one shot, but along the way at incremental time periods she would get some kind of feedback on it by writing these posts, and it offered the community a chance to comment on things, what they liked about it, what there was times people were like concerned that they would have to use two players in order to build these bridges, and that whole discussion happened really early on. um I mean, what kind of approach is that? It's not quite the waterfall approach, and it's also not quite the agile approach, but it's kind of like a
When you're dealing
hybrid.
with methodologies, they are guidelines on
Mm,
how you want on like a best practice or standardization or something that
right.
is not like a hard process to follow. They are
Right.
more something that you can use in your development of something or project of something to help you get the best results in the end. So
Okay.
eh,
So it's like you can
even if
modify
you're
that.
talking agile, it's not like one process and it's not
Right. It's not rigid.
exactly,
That
yeah, it's not rigid at all. There's
Yeah,
many different kinds of agile approaches.
I
One of
see.
them, which I believe was said there, I think Katz, you were saying it was is like the Scrum. Scrum is sort of like one way that you can go about structuring your team.
Mm,
That's not the only way. There's other ways. You got Kanban or Kanban, however you want to say it.
right.
Another way. Another
Andreas is
agile
saying. Yeah.
approach. And they're used for slightly different reasons that people have said, but they're not set in stone. They don't have like a exact process of exactly how you should be doing things.
Right.
Uh, and people might use pieces of this, pieces of that, and not even know it.
Right.
That makes sense. I don't really know. I know you're trying to make it more even or more
Natural.
natural, so I'm not. I don't really know what you're doing, so I'm just letting you
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So
letting you
my
do it.
question, I just realized something about this naturalization of this area, and that is,
Mm,
if we want to have like sort of like a road, like here,
yeah.
hold on, I'll show you. Like, for example, we kind of want this path,
Mm-hmm.
to be able to, you come down here, here's a landing, come down here. What I'm trying to fix is how blocky this whole area looks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it looks like ramp, flat ramps, and it's just very
I don't know.
blocky. And I
We
kind of want
could
it to
do
be more
something
smooth.
else. I mean, you could
Yeah,
put
yeah, we
a
can do something else.
house
So,
on it or something that's like a gazebo.
oh, I
I don't know,
see.
or a pathway that makes it look less
Yeah,
blocky.
I
It
kind of
doesn't
wanted
really
a
matter.
pathway, but now I'm running into the problem of there's not enough tiles. So because let's say we also want to have a door out of this house, this new house here that comes down a ramp to this area. And then the other thing is that the road going off this side needs to swivel one over because of where the mine is. That's to come along here.
Yep. And
So we
you're
need
right,
sort of a
Dalrace.
combination of all that.
I think the majority of of the industries, of different industries, have basically decided, it makes a lot more sense just to break everything down into these tiny chunks and then work
Mm.
on something small that could actually be released,
Right.
as opposed to the opposite, which is like feature creep, essentially, for
Okay,
developers.
so
Me,
just to begin, stick on the road for just a second longer. If
yeah,
what about this spot here is flat? This tile, this one tile here is flat. That will allow us to make a
and what?
ramp up to this house over here.
So what?
Um,
How does that change anything? Sorry,
and
this one
then
time, like you're explaining what you've already done. Is that what you're doing?
no. I'm saying I was actually going to not have this flat, so I was going to dig it down. That was my original plan. Put some dirt on
Oh,
these two corners here. I don't
okay,
know
that
if
was your
I'm standing
plan, but
where.
what we're seeing is what you're referring to right now.
And what I'm worried about is then all
That
of
it's
the
gonna be
ramps
too
that we're
blocky.
connecting to this is no. If it's not blocky, if we round this out and make it not blocky, then the problem with that is that the ramps that we're planning and the roads that we're planning off of this area are also going to have to be sort of like angled a little bit. Like, for example, let's say I start digging over here,
Which you wouldn't, because you just said that
right?
you wanted to keep this flat.
I'm not saying that I want to. I'm bringing up the options and asking which one is the one that we want because I don't know which one we want. In fact,
We
my
want
first
a way to
instinct was
have
I
at least
wanted.
one tile that's a road.
Okay, so you want it to be a flat
Flat, yeah.
a
So
road
knowing
running
that
this way,
basic mechanic, we want a road.
right?
We need a
A road running
road.
this way.
I don't know
Do we
how
need a road?
you
Is that's the
were
question. I'm not
thinking
sure
that,
if we need it.
that the way that you were thinking is we just have one road leading from here to the farm, and that's all you were thinking about at the time, I guess, when you thought you would just
It
build down here. Only to realize that
yes.
we have a road going this direction as well, and a
Right.
road going this direction as well. So you just want to make sure that there's a flat tile for at least one tile road.
Hmm. So then I guess the only option is to make this more
You can
like
make it
a
round,
rounded this way, rounded
sure.
this way.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What is that? Like the opposite, essentially. Hmm. Okay. Then this doesn't need to be nearly as low. But the other thing is that this road is going to have to swivel. So
Well, 1 second.
I think that's okay. This road can swivel diagonally at some point.
Noticing your camera has failed.
Did it? Am I streaming it to you still?
You're streaming, it looks like you're up at the house. It's frozen, basically.
Oh, it's frozen. Hold on, let's double check that over here. Let's stop streaming and let's start it again.
Hold on a second.
It looks like it's loading. Why is it loading like that?
Yeah, it looks like Adam's computer broke again.
It's almost like Discord altogether is messed up.
Well,
Are you
it's not
seeing
on
my
my
cam?
side. We are
Are
seeing
you
your
hearing
camera.
me? It looks like
Yep.
Discord's all completely gone.
You broke Discord, Adam. We broke Adam's Discord. What just had happened to him? Alright, so while Adam's gone, no, I think it broke a long time ago. I didn't even notice. I don't really see the Adam cam.
I should be
Just
back
me.
now.
Oh, he's back.
Okay.
That
Looks
was
like
quick.
Discord had issues. I just had to reset it.
Yep. I'll wait for you to come back completely. There we
Okay,
go.
it looks
Okay.
like I should be okay.
I think so. I
Okay.
think the Atom Cam works. I'm going to pop an Atom Cam just to find out. All right, there it is.
Okay, there we go.
An actual Atom Cam. Okay,
And
so there you go.
the other thing that's messing up is I'm not getting any of the alerts, like the sound alert. The alerts are happening in the activity feed, but I'm not getting the sound message.
That's interesting.
Um,
All right, so second thing here. Back to the roadmap.
okay.
We talked about the combat overhaul. Here's the second paragraph of what they're planning on doing.
Okay.
So once they're done with the combat overhaul, which sounds like it's the big thing that's coming kind of next after they do the whole bug
Soon-ish.
things and the UI thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Soonish.
They said we'll have multiple major content updates planned for the upcoming months. Those will
Hmm.
be released alongside large marketing pushes to bring even more players to the Land of Worm, and should bring a lot of content for both newer and older players. Okay, so far, that paragraph was just we're doing marketing and content, which I'm sure he's
Well,
about to explain in the
it
next
also
paragraph.
it says something else too. It says that their plan is they're going to be releasing multiple updates. Like I kind of read it
Yes,
as monthly, like they'll release monthly updates. So every month we'll get another snippet of an update of some kind.
I didn't read that.
You didn't read
I
that?
think you're reading too much into it. He does say in the coming months,
Right.
but not per month. We will be releasing
Okay.
major content.
Okay, fair enough. Could be.
Now, we do know that their cycle is to have a patch or some sort of update every single month. So we'll probably get something every month, but it's probably not going to be everything here. Maybe they'll break
Hmm.
down each of these paragraphs into multiple months. Maybe they'll do the agile thing and they'll give us part of one of these paragraphs. Let's see what the next paragraph is. So the next paragraph, they're talking about an exploration update. Let's take a look at what exactly that means,
Hmm.
as far as we know,
This definitely piqued my
from what is said
interest,
here.
the exploration.
So, first, they mentioned that it's going to be a large exploration focused update. So, bigger than just sort of like a fix or like a change or like a one sort of one op. It's going to be an entire large update that's going to change the way we do exploration in some way that we don't know yet. What we do know is that the whole reason or the justification why they're doing it was to make it so that the wilderness of Worm is just more interesting. That you want to go out to explore this
Right.
interesting land of Worm more than we're doing now. How they're going to do that? They're talking about random encounters.
Hmm. Those were the
What
words that they
are
used. Yeah.
random encounters? I have no idea.
No idea. No.
Now, to me, a random encounter system, and I really hope I'm wrong, makes it feel like a combat mechanic into
Okay.
my ears. I could be wrong, but it makes it feel like they're thinking that they're going to add more like mini rift type things, random
Hmm.
encounters with mobs that you can kill. Right. So if that's true, then to me that's not an exploration update. That's more of a combat update to our
Unless
combat
they
system.
justify that it will increase the like your desire to go out and explore because you might find these random encounters.
I mean, it could be
Right.
something else. Like if it's that, then it's still a exploration combat update. I mean, we're just talking about semantics here. That's
Right.
okay.
Right.
I'm
Yeah.
just like in my ears, it kind of feels like it's. I know a lot of people were thinking, oh, that must be treasure chests or something, or
Right.
pirate something. I don't know why pirates come up in exploration all the time,
Because
but
pirates are
uh,
awesome.
because that also feels like a combat thing, like fight pirates, or maybe we are
Right, right.
pirates. Uh,
Maybe.
anyway, Tuxie, you're saying could be random things to find too, like treasure chests. It could be treasure chests around. Would you? Yeah, yeah. So you're saying encounters does sound like combat, right? Could you say we're like? Could you say this? We're introducing random encounters by putting treasure chests around the world.
Mm,
Doesn't really fit. But Ian, you're right. It sounds kind of combatish, but it could be something else. You never know.
right.
Um, but the word random encounters, he must have said it for a reason. It was like the best way that he could explain what he's creating. Like that's the
Mhm.
best way he could explain it. So if he could have just said it in a different way,
Right.
he probably
It's
would.
like
So
it's a matter of
random.
like he has an idea in his head what he wants it to look like. He doesn't quite want to give away exactly what it's going to look like, so he's using this
I'm gonna
phrase to
guess he used the word random encounters because there's going to be a number of different variety of encounters that aren't the same.
Mm,
That would be cool. So then he can't just explain it in one way because there's
right,
multiple different ways.
right, right. One would hope.
Now he goes on. He says, um, and this is where I really feel it's combat related because then the next sentence
Okay.
after random
Okay.
encounters, we're going to add random encounters. And something
Yeah.
that we're looking at is to rework the unique creatures.
Mm,
Like,
right.
well, that's combat. That's not exploration.
Right.
It's like, yes, they should. Yes. Um, but
I
now
missed
they've
the mute
grouped.
button.
Yeah, so now they've grouped random encounters with unique spawns
Right. So it's
or
giving you
with
the maybe it's
unique creatures like dragons and cyclopses and stuff
maybe the
and
purpose
troll
was to give you
kings,
that sense that that's the direction that they're planning on going with this thing.
which is great. Like we need that. Uh, okay, then they said as well as some more chances to brush up on some less used skills. So it sounds like it is varied. Maybe some of it's combat, maybe some of it's something else that you encounter that you would have to, I don't know, do to get rid of stuff or to put things back into the lands of Worm. If I had to guess, even though I'm not really that big of a fan of introducing aliens and stuff through this whole rift thing, um, it's the direction that they've done over the years.
Hmm.
They've
Hmm.
introduced aliens and alien materials onto Worm. I'm going to guess that they'll probably introduce more of that, but not just combat focused rift type things, but other kinds of interaction with those types of materials or those types of alien type of.
I love how it turns into aliens.
We have it. It's
It's
in
just
Worm. We
I
got to
know,
deal with
I
it.
know. We got aliens. Yeah. We got aliens.
Um, what else?
I
So
mean,
I mean, the last thing that they say
okay.
is that
Yeah.
they don't want it to be something where you're grinding.
Okay. Where did they say
Whatever
that?
they do, it's going to be an alternative to the grinding in Worm. And they're going to try to make it so Worm PvE is more varied. What does that mean? I don't know. Maybe it means that there's going to be more rewards per session, like compact session. Like maybe that's what they mean by grind. Where with grinding, it's like doing the same thing over and over and then it takes a long time to get
Mhm.
to
Yeah.
a reward. I mean, because gaming is all about grind. Like, let's just be honest. It's all about, like, even if it's exploration, it's like lots of walking.
Right.
That could be considered grinding. I've got to walk like an hour. So maybe when they say less grindy, they mean you will be able to get to some kind of small reward in a much shorter time period.
Maybe.
And then you can collect more rewards in shorter stints of time. And that's how they would get rid of grind. Because if it was more like I have to search, like I'm exploring and I'm searching for like 2 hours before I get to a point where then I have to do something, that's not alleviating the grind. That's just
Right.
another grind. The grind's called
Right.
exploration now. So that's what I'm thinking they would be doing.
Hopefully. What is do we have more dirt?
We do have some dirt.
Okay, because
Yeah.
I don't need too much here, but you see, like, there's that bug dirt there. It's bugged because I can't pick it up. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah. I think
Are
it
you
is
able to pick it
bugged.
up?
It might
Okay.
not actually be there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it might be in a different spot. It's one or the other.
Yeah, it could
How
be.
did that get there?
I picked up all the dirt from there and it left that one.
Oh, I see.
So I feel like it's just bugged.
Yeah, that's okay. And I mean, and
Was
that's their exploration update. If I had to guess, it's something to do with a variety of items, of activities that will be laid out across our land, which could be really fun. Like we've always talked about, uh, combat things that they could do to make combat more varied
mm,
and fun. Like it could be considered a random encounter system, you could call it. Uh, an example could be something that we've discussed recently was
mhm, mhm.
like imagine if spiders, for example. Sorry for people that don't like the spiders. Imagine
Did
they could
did
create.
I don't think we discussed
uh,
this actually on
We've
stream. We
never
were
discussed
discussing
it on
this
stream.
in
I'm talking
private.
about we've
Yeah.
discussed it in private.
Oh,
So
we discussed it in
imagine
private. Okay, yeah.
spiders, for example, could group together, not group together. Let's say they decided to make their own nest inside of a forest, and there would be like uh there would be like
Webs.
the spider webs everywhere, and as you get closer and closer in to their area, you're getting closer to like the hive, getting closer to the spider, like the queen or whatever, and then you
Yeah.
with a bunch of other people could decide, we're seeing a big spider infestation, and you can go in there and people could collect the spider webs, the spider silks for stuff, and then you could fight through into to the heart of the spider infestation, and then fight the queen and get rid of that out of your area. That could be an
Mm,
encounter, right? And then you would have special materials that you could use. You would get from that, like the
right.
spider silks, or something that you'd be using for other things. That would be
Right. Right.
considered to me like a really cool random encounter
Random
that would beef
encounter.
up
Yeah.
combat, for example. And that's just
Like
with
like you're
spiders. You could do that with
you're
all the different
almost
animals.
you're almost thinking about random encounters in the same way as like somebody who's designing a D&D adventure would think of random encounters, like what kind of
Sure.
things can we place around the world that people can just stumble upon and just it'll be like an encounter for them that they have to interact with and deal with and maybe get rewards from them, um, or choose to ignore it completely, like
Right. And
mm,
that's just was an idea that flowed through my head. N- Like it's good. It would be great for the combat focused people and great for the people that
right,
and it would give another way to introduce things into the game that if you hope that if there's enough of them around, there'd be a reason to want to do combat, and then a way to introduce new materials into the game without overwhelming them everywhere into the game.
right, right.
And then they can add items for those new new materials, and do the wormify thing and make it really cool. That's just one
Mhm,
example, anyway. Anyway, so that's what
right.
I thought. That's what
And
I
like
thought of when I heard random encounters.
Yeah, and what you
and
mentioned
then
before is that
saw that it
you want them to incorporate like lots of these things, like the goblin idea that we had where the goblins build huts and stuff like that could be another random encounter. And just think of like just pick another one of the mobs. Like for example, the cats, the wild cats or something like that, and they create a den. Like I know that they have these layers in the game, but maybe make it so that that layer is like a hub for many of these that just sort of stick around in that area to like guard it or maybe build on it, make it bigger. And the bigger it gets, the more difficult the mobs that are around it get, and that it becomes a thing that you stumble upon. You're like, wow, look, there's like a whole bunch of wildcats building a den over there. If I go and kill that thing, like the bigger it gets, the more rewards there might be. And maybe it gets so
right.
big that you have to get a whole bunch of friends together. Like, hey, like let's get round up the crew and let's go take out that wildcat den over there because it's getting a little bit out of control or something like that.
Yeah, then you learn the strategies in order to do that, or we figured out the strategies. And you're
Yeah,
right,
we figure out the
Morpheus,
strategy.
like
Yeah.
troll forts that require PvE players to use war machines, that's cool. And
Yeah, oh, that would be
uh,
so cool.
they would have and like goblin forts and stuff, and they you could like see them building it in the distance, and the longer you keep them there, the more that it builds up, and then now all of a sudden they would have like a war chieftain or something in there, and maybe a cache of items. But more importantly, after like they should be using their own types of troll materials, and then once you like make it so you can't create those materials, but you could deconstruct them and get special mats that you can then use to create special items just from those deconstructed materials after destroying their place.
Mm,
I mean, there's ways to implement it into the game and then have combat. To me, this is like more of a combat focused. Uh,
right.
like if you were to say combat is another profession in the game, like any other profession, how would you go about giving the combat centric people a
Players.
reason to play as a warrior or whatever?
Right,
And
right.
this is sort of like the worm way of doing it,
Hmm.
integrating it into the world. You can call it hunting, yeah, you can call it whatever you want. That's again,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
whatever,
totally.
like semantics, whatever you want to call it. Uh, it's just like right now, there's not, right now, I would consider the way that combat works is just hunting. We hunt for supplies. If they're wanting to treat it like an actual profession, because right now it's a secondary ability that we use to supplement our actual reasons for playing.
Right,
And
right.
they could change that. They can make it so that people that actually want to do combat as a focus, we could give them
Yeah,
enough content to be happy.
right. I
And
agree with that.
that's all. And that's just it doesn't mean everybody's going to do it. And there's the problem. How much focus do you do on it knowing that everybody doesn't want to do combat or hunting? Everybody just wants to like so
I still
now
feel
you're
like
creating all this
that
content
argument,
for a subset of the
right,
players.
right. But I
If you
don't
make
think
it
that
really
that's
cool,
right.
people will want to do
You,
it.
you got to make it something like how the cooking update was, where, yeah, like not everybody's going to want to do cooking, but the cooking update touched everybody a little bit. Like, even if you never got into cooking,
Yeah, it's
there's
not the
definitely,
first time that they've done a big update like this, like the cooking update. They did it,
right,
it was awesome. People that do it love it compared to
right,
the way the system was before. But the way that they did it was there was so much in it that it did somehow affect everybody in an
mm,
indirect or direct way.
right.
That's true. Um,
Okay, I got an idea before we go on to the next topic. We should maybe one thing that we could do is instead of standing here and I'm
yeah, I
just
have no idea what you're
terraforming
doing.
forming. Yeah, yeah. So I'm just like laying out the road to the mine just so that it's
Okay.
somewhat, and I kind of have an idea of how I want it to look. I still need to modify the ground here because it's a little bit pointy. But anyway, instead of doing this, what we could do is go to dig some clay because clay is something that we're going to need in order to make
Oh, we
a
don't have a lot.
mortar.
Sure.
Mm-mm. And so we can maybe do that together while we talk more.
All right. So
Uh,
next
should we
paragraph.
bring
What
should
are
we
they
bring
gonna
a
do? Doesn't
should we
matter.
bring something to put? Will it fit? I don't. I think we should empty out the large crate so we can put
If
clumps
you
of
get
clay in
rid of
there.
one of the large crates, that would be enough, I think.
You think so?
If you want to
Okay.
get rid of all of them, sure.
Yeah, let's just get rid of them all. I'll just put them here.
Yeah.
Oh
You're
wait,
right,
I'm driving.
Tuxie.
Okay.
You wish that there was more specialty mats to encourage hunting for specific creatures. That's one way they could do it, for sure. And I hope that, if they could spend time doing that. I know it's a lot of work to kind of do all of that stuff. And how are you doing, Dark Masters? That who you're talking about is Adam. And and let's go to the next paragraph.
Okay.
So after the whole combat focused update, or sorry, after the whole exploration paragraph, they
Uh-huh.
mention two different paragraphs.
Just gonna
Oh,
grab some
cool. They
food.
actually put a space. It used to be one paragraph, and I thought that was a little strange. And now it looks like they've separated the paragraph slightly.
Do you want to grab
Um,
some food to eat, Bilbo's?
Sure.
I have been making a lot of food, and I made your affinity food
Recently?
for wood cutting. For wood cutting,
Oh, nice. Yes.
I made
Should
two
really
more, but
test that.
what I need you to also test the thingy again because I had to make a new tester.
Oh, okay.
It's in the lower shelf.
Why do you want me to
You
test
want
it?
to just test it and let me know. That way I'll know what your number
Lower
is.
shelf. Which one? The
Lower
tester?
shelf. Yeah, the
And
tester.
taste, and that is digging.
Digging. Okay, digging. Write that down.
Hopefully
Digging.
that's as expected. Okay, so now they talk about the next thing that I think people would be pretty excited about, I think.
Okay.
That's that they do want to get a content update
Mm.
of new construction features,
Right.
adding both
Right.
new elements and decorative items. So I'm assuming that they are combining like new house and fence models with new furniture. They just kind of combined that and lumped that into one sentence.
Mm-hmm.
And they
Mm-hmm.
called it construction features.
Right.
I would call it like the building side of Wurm.
Oh, look, there's a whole bunch of people digging up clay here.
No, really?
It's a clay party.
Hey,
It's ivy.
derpy. Oh, it's the ivy. We don't want to. We don't want to.
We don't want to infringe on. Yeah, there's
Well,
only one
we
tile
don't want
there.
to attack.
Right. Well,
I think that's
we
the
can
only
always.
one actually off deed.
Okay, so there is one in the water, but this is the only one that our cart can get access to. So why don't we switch it so that we're digging into our inventory and see if we can arrange ourselves so that we can toss it into the cart from where. So I'm gonna
No,
without the
there's
horses
don't
hitting
do the
us.
cart. Just put it on the ground.
Put it on the ground.
Just
Okay.
yeah, just put it on the ground off of the ground of theirs.
Okay. So are we able to dig
I
on?
don't know. I'm gonna try here. No, I don't
Try
think
here.
so.
No.
So it's this. It's this tile like them.
Can I dig over on this corner here? Yes. And is this going to be clay here?
We could do it here.
Okay. Yeah.
Where
Yeah.
we
Here we
put
go.
it.
Yeah. Here
Where
we
do you
go.
want
It'll
to put
clump up
it?
into. It'll come up into a pile on the tile that we're on.
Okay.
And I did bring some dirt to fix it back up if needed.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay. So
Oh, Cats, don't worry about it because I mean, you could if you're here already. But I did bring some dirt so we can basically put it back after we're done. But you can always preemptively put since you're right here.
yeah. All right. So with the new construction elements like new fences, new walls, new
Mm,
decorative items. He mentions one in particular that he wanted to highlight because it sounded like he's already been working on it, and that is the ability to create docks on water
right, right.
that you can then create houses and stuff on as well.
Yes. That is kind of cool. That I mean, it's a long requested feature. I've seen many people throw out that idea in the suggestions forum, so it's a really, really good to hear that they're thinking about implementing that.
Yeah, that's a great new type of I mean, it's like on the level of bridges, let's say. Bridges might be the reason why something like this could be added. It would use the same sort of mechanic, right? Because it would have to be above the water level
Hmm, hmm.
on like a different plane. And it'd be really fun. Deathwind, you've been wanting that. You've been wanting a shantytown fishing village forever.
Right. That's exactly what it'll do. It'll allow a ton of like cool looking things happening on the coast.
I
Yeah.
feel like this would be great for the people that love building. So the building focused, which I think is basically everybody at the beginning of the game, and then all the people that really love building. Like I love building. You're not the biggest builder, Adam, but
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Definitely
and
not.
it'll fill that niche inside of us for new, interesting ways that we can use, like whatever more the docks, any kind of new houses. I would love a new type of house. He didn't say this, but wouldn't it be cool if he was working on things like diagonal houses, diagonal
Uh,
house walls? He didn't
if he
say it, but it'd
was,
be something
if
like
he
that.
was, that that would be awesome. But
I mean,
I
that
don't think
was
that they are.
we've been thinking of. I mean, we've it's a glaring thing that I think this game could have used. We've been thinking about it since we started in 2012. It's not a
Right.
new. It wouldn't be a new request. So
Yeah.
if he could figure that one out,
Hmm.
man, that would be. There's a lot that would go into that. A lot that would go into that. You would now have
Right.
to have diagonal floors or floors that uh, take into account of that stuff. Do you make it
Yep.
so that bridges could be done between diagonal walls? Do you make it so like how far do you go with it's not just a diagonal wall? It's not just a diagonal fence, let's say. Although maybe that's where he should start. If he could just start with a diagonal fence,
Yeah, that'll clear up a lot.
like that could clear up quite a bit. Just make diagonal
Like,
fences, start there on the land, nothing else, no walls yet.
yeah,
Build the
because
foundation of that.
people put diagonal, like try to put fences along a
Roads.
diagonal road, right? And it
You
looks
can't.
awful. Yeah. So that'll
Anyway,
fix up all
so
that. Yeah.
maybe I mean, it's almost like he's separating these paragraphs into the different niches of what people could potentially be
Want.
doing in
Yeah.
this game. Yeah,
Yeah.
and you're right, hedges as well. So I would lump fences and hedges together.
Yeah.
They That'd be really cool if he's working on that and he just introduces that part with the hope that in the future it gets into like the houses as well. I mean, it's a feature that everybody, or at least the people that the building focused people that love creating their deeds would definitely
Yeah.
love. So
And
far he's touched upon combat.
you could even, yeah, with the diagonal fences, you could do it based on the corners, right? Like you can just say right click the corner and say build a fence, and it could ask what is the other corner, and you have to somehow select
You're
the other
talking
corner that you want
about
it to
the
go to. Yeah. The user experience of
usability.
building.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
sure. I
usability.
mean, there's
Yeah.
so many ways he could do that. To be honest,
Sure.
um,
Sure.
some better than others.
They could use
I
a place
feel
kind
like
of feature.
personally, I feel that they should rethink this whole the way that we interact with the world should be
Mm.
rethought
You think so?
completely. It is another big reason, like we're talking about reasons, like the UI was a reason why people can't play. Well, another reason a person would find this game just kind of odd is because once you get into the game, like everything is highlighted. The ground's
Right.
highlighted, the sides highlighted, and they don't really know
Right.
what they're doing. They're just like that was one thing that when I started back in whatever 2009, and I tried to play, I was like, why is everything highlighted? It's so
Right.
weird. Like
Yeah.
why? And I understand now why. Like obviously, like it didn't once I got it, but to be honest, like we accept it, but there are ways they could do this better.
Mm.
An example, just I don't want to get into a big debate about it, but an example would be this: make it so only certain things are highlighted, things that you can pick up, things that you can interact with. The ground doesn't need to be highlighted.
Right.
The fences don't need to be highlighted. House walls don't need to be highlighted. There's things that don't need to be highlighted.
Right.
Right? But if I activate a shovel, now make it so the ground's highlighted. If I activate a mallet, now make it so the ground's highlighted so that I can
I
see what
see.
I'm doing. If I
Right, because I was
activate
just about
certain
to ask that.
tools, should make it so that it 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 allows me to see more of what I'm doing contextually.
You know what,
I
Pinkstreet,
mean,
there
that would
is
take a lot
there
of work, but
right, right. There is a
yeah,
way to turn off the highlights, and there is a way to make
there
it.
is.
I
Yeah.
think you can make it a keybind as well if you want to. So you have a button that you toggle the highlights. But I think what Brian's talking about is more of a contextualized way where depending on what you have activated, like get rid of the highlights on the things we don't need, but keep the highlights on the things that you might need. Like for example, a barrel, you might need to pick it up or something like that. Or but honestly, I don't even feel like the highlights are needed there. Like you can play in this game without the highlights turned, like you can toggle them off, and it actually works out really nicely. Because if you want to pick up that
Just give
barrel,
it a
you'll just
shot.
hover your mouse over the barrel, right? Yeah, give it a shot. See how it goes. Your mouse goes over the item. You don't need the highlight to tell you that you're selecting the barrel. You'll still get the little tooltip, or do you get the tooltip? I think the tooltip needs to stay. But of course, the only time that you need the tile borders or like the highlights is when you're building something or when you're digging the land or when you're mining or something like that, surface mining or something like this.
And gankable
And
play,
so
you're doing something very uh true. Like you don't need a tool when you're foraging or botanizing. And they would have to figure out something around that to
right,
allow to make sense. All I'm saying is it is a very glaring and not normal to see every last thing highlighted, and there should be just a better way to handle that. That contextualizes what you're doing, right? Because if you take out the whole, like, we know what we're doing and we know how to activate things and we know what those items could be used to activate on. But when you're a new player, you don't know that. There's actually nothing that explains it to you. And so, wouldn't it be interesting if you activate a tool and then all of a sudden something changes to give you a sense of what that tool is used for?
right,
More
right,
than it's doing now. Because right now it's just like everything's highlighted. I activate a shovel, everything's still highlighted in the same way. Same with like pickaxe example. I activated
yeah,
pickaxe. If a good example for pickaxe would be, or even a shovel. I activate a shovel, I go onto rock. Rock is not showing me any highlight, indicating to me as a new player, I can't
the
do
shovel,
anything with a shovel
right,
on a rock. But I can do
right,
stuff on uh I can do stuff on dirt and I can do stuff on clay with a shovel, and therefore it's highlighting to me.
right,
And as a new player, that's just one thing without needing to like have a wall of text explaining that to a player that they could do to just contextually show a player that that's
right.
something that you could do without
That's a good point. right. Like Katz is saying that she tried playing without the highlights. Like you're saying that you just couldn't stand it. And the same goes for me. I've tried turning it off too, but like there is a moment in which it becomes a problem, and that moment usually is in when you want to go build a fence, or you want to go dig the ground, or you want to go like up until that moment, it's actually works out pretty nicely. Like you can see where your mouse is, so you can at least see like I'm pointing towards that wall, and there's like a little pop up tooltip that tells me what I'm targeting. So that I don't need the target, I don't need the highlight around the item to tell me that I'm targeting the right item. It's only when you have to go interact with the ground or something like that. And I think Brian's solution is great, where you can, when you go and activate that particular tool that interacts with that, then
And
you see the
gankable
highlight.
player, I'm so glad that you were able to find it good, but and we found it good too.
Yeah, we were fine
Everybody
with it
that's
too.
here found it fine. The problem
Right.
is we're the minority.
Right. Right.
And
Yes, and Regan Nation
all we're
brings up
saying is
another thing that
objectively, it's you're able to see that there would be benefit or just a little more contextualized UI. And if that
yeah.
helps in any way for new players that don't get it, and do it in a way that makes sense and do it in a way that could potentially help everybody. Uh,
Yeah, and it might even need to be like a toggle that you toggle on or off,
and
like add
man,
that
yeah,
button to the UI.
having the trees being able to highlight, having to be able to like
Yes.
you activate your
Yes.
hatchet or sword or whatever you need to, and be able to like highlight
Knock it
the
down, yeah.
tree. Ugh,
Like, could you
I think it's been
imagine
on everybody's
you
wish
act
list until we get used to highlighting the
right?
ground to chop a
Like when you
tree.
activate your sword and you can all of a sudden see the trees, that might make you go, "Hey, I can use my sword on that tree over there." Like new players can get that contextualized feedback right there without needing a little tooltip that says you can chop a tree with your sword.
Yeah. It's like you have to
It's like,
teach. So it's the difference between a new player having to teach someone through a tutorial how to chop down a tree versus someone would just know they can chop down a tree if they activated a hatchet and the tree highlighted all of a sudden. You don't have to say a word to them. They know they
yeah.
can chop down that tree now.
You just need to say to
That's
them
how you
that
teach
this is
them.
how you act, but you still need to teach them how to activate it, right?
That's fine,
So
but
once they have that
that
down, yeah.
doesn't help. Yeah. That doesn't
Right, right. But
doesn't
once
tell
you
them
give them
anything
the
but how to activate, which is
right,
a
right.
completely other discussion, to be
Completely
honest.
other discussions. Yeah, yeah,
Completely
yeah.
other
Totally.
discussion that they
Totally.
could handle activation in a better way.
Yeah, yeah.
We're
And
just used
that
to activation. That's not a normal thing
right,
in a game.
right.
Activation is not something that games normally have to do. We do it and we like it and we're
Yeah,
fine with it. Anyway, that's
yeah,
something for another day.
yeah. Okay, so where are we in this thing? We're going through it slowly, I think. But we're making it through.
Yeah.
We got through
Like,
the
yeah, Ginkgo
exploration, we got
player,
through
right? We all got used to these things. We were the ones that love this game and play this game, and
right.
but man, yeah, there's
Here
like if
here's the
you
perspective we're coming
kind of
from. Sorry, go ahead. You go ahead first.
yeah, if you just step back a second and just objectively look at the game, there's ways they can improve it, like chopping down a tree by highlighting a tree. Uh, like imagine, like we don't need every tree to be highlighted all the time. Everybody's not going to be chopping down a tree at every moment in the game. But if they made it so that you highlight the tree when you activate some tool that could chop down a tree, all of a sudden, like it makes sense to the player. Oh, I can chop
Right.
down the tree without needing to
We're
say a word.
we're coming from the position of like we love this game, and we've always been in this position right from the beginning of our playing. We love this game. We want our friends to play with us. And the experience we've had with that is every time we introduce this game to a friend, and it wasn't infrequent, it was very often, and maybe you guys also have a similar experience when you go, "Hey, I've been playing this great game. I'm falling in love with it. What do you think of it?" And those players tell you that they cannot play this game for this, that, or the other reason,
No,
right?
they don't know
And
why. They
they don't
make
know
up some
why.
reason, they don't know why.
Right, it's like that massively
That's
OP
just
guy. He's making up reasons why he can't play this game, but it's clear that he's decided ahead of the experience that this is not the game for them, and then they start saying all these things that are causing the problems, and maybe it's just like, but like we've heard it all. We've heard all the reasons why this game cannot be played by these people, and these people are gamers. Like these are MMO RPG gamers. They're hardcore. They'll play if they find a game that they love. They'll play every day. Um, but like we want to
yeah,
see like what is it like this game can do to change that to attract more people. Um,
right.
because obviously it's like a yeah. I don't know
Anyway,
what else to say.
um, wasn't supposed to be a whole thing on that, but let's see, what
Yeah,
is
yeah.
the roadmap? After they talked about adding new decorative items, they talked about, oh, they want to finally get around to figuring out how to hang items on walls. I think that's going
Ah,
to excite a
yes.
lot of people.
Oh, yes.
Uh, what
Me.
was your thought when you heard that?
I thought it's about time. Like it's been a long time coming for that one, and it's been requested time and time again. Um, you combine this with taxidermy, for example, is another is or just other things that could be hung on walls. It can open up a lot of development in terms of you they did mention they want to introduce more decorative items, and you combine that with they do want to start adding things to wall like hanging on walls.
Hmm.
um you know that those two in tandem I think will be kind of awesome for this game.
And Tuxie, you're saying that you're excited for that. I think every single person that loves furnishing their house super excited about just
Yep.
almost as excited as they would be when the whole placement of items came in on top of other items.
Yeah, every
Maybe
time the
slightly
decorative
less than that
yeah
because man,
every
that was a nightmare.
every time they add something that increases decoration of houses, it definitely like changes the game. Like I remember back in the day, houses would all look the same. You'd walk in and everything looked pretty well the same. But now you
Yeah.
can see the amount of variety that you can get out of the decoration system in Worm by just going and exploring people's deeds. Like it's kind of amazing what you are able to do in this game now. And yet I still feel like people who have used that system to its extent would say that there are still quite a bit of limitations, and those limitations can easily be lifted by adding things like systems where you can hang things on walls. That can open up a whole bunch of different, more decorative items that could be added or used. Like for example, like to get this effect, what I would do with like those shield stands or the sword and shield
Yeah.
decorative items, those things.
Yeah.
Like I would build one of those and I'd push it into the wall so it looks like I've hung a sword and shield, right? Like
Yeah. I think
now
that's
you can
the way that they were
create
made was supposed to be for that.
right,
Same with the
right, and
tapestries.
tapestries. Yeah, same with the tapestries. Now you can sort of have hanging tapestries, hanging short sword and shields, and hanging all sorts of other things. You can just like keep adding to that list of things that people normally hang. You can put lamps up there, like people do now, but like actually hang them onto the wall,
Mm,
and just add to that like what do you call it, taxidermy item. Like for example, you can get a fish that you hang as a trophy on your wall, or antlers, or whatever it is.
sure.
I think it's just great.
And making trees, and you're saying, do you think people would be more open to playing a game like Worm if it was a more modern setting? Cars, ovens, microwaves, for low level cooking, etc. Um, I feel like they have games like that already. It was like at least Second Life or something like that could be
Yeah,
used.
you know
And
what game
do
kind of had a
do people
similar
play it? The Sims, something like that. Not
You know what game has
quite
a
the
kind of
same, but yeah.
similar feel, and it is modern setting, is
Mm.
7 Days to Die. 7 Days to Die has
But
a
isn't that like
it's not.
post-apocalyptic setting?
Yeah, it is post-apocalyptic, but you can create servers that are not like that, right? Like it's moddable. I mean, it's not
Okay, so
officially
people could mod
developed, but
them, and
it's I've seen servers where it's pretty much like Worm but modern setting, and um I mean, it's not officially run servers, so there's that, but
would people play it? I don't. I can't tell, but I probably wouldn't play it because
I wouldn't. Yeah,
the medieval setting is where I'd want to be.
agreed. Me too.
Yeah. So my thoughts on the whole hanging walls, and I don't know if I'm just jaded or something. I don't. Did anybody else think this in their head? I read they're looking into hanging items on walls, and they're looking at how they can do that. I mean, to me, that means they haven't figured it out. They're just sort of
They haven't
that's a
figured it out.
suggestion
Yeah.
that they're right. But when I was reading that, I said, "This is going to sound really bad." I said, "Why didn't they say hanging items on walls and ceilings?"
Mm, right. I hope
They wouldn't
they do
go.
include
Those two go hand
ceilings.
in hand. If you're going to do all that work figuring out how to place items on walls, wouldn't you want to be able to figure out how to place items on ceilings at the same time?
Yeah, yeah. That would be cool if they could do that.
Then they can create hanging items.
Chandeliers, and actually have chandeliers be actual chandeliers.
Anyway, let's hope that those are something they're doing together.
Yeah. Yep. Hanging
Pinstreak,
DD courses.
hanging duty courses. Sure, I would not be against that.
Now, did we get to the end now though? Like,
We
what else
haven't.
was in the
So
update?
next
Okay.
they talk about animal keeping. I have no idea why
Ah,
he used the
yes.
word keeping. There's not
Right.
a thing in the game called animal keeping. It
No, no,
almost sounds
is
like beekeeping, like we're gonna keep.
okay. But maybe he's referring to something that's like related to
So,
the keeping of
okay,
animals. He didn't want to specify a skill, like he didn't want to say animal husbandry because maybe it
eh,
transcends that one skill, right?
do you think he's referring to animal husbandry,
Starts with a
animal
T
taming, or
and ends
like
with an
Katz is
aiming.
saying, both?
Yes. Yes.
And he said, "Oh, I've got to think of a word that's not animal husbandry, animal taming. I'm going to say animal keeping." When he could have just
Right.
said, "We're looking at expanding animal husbandry and animal taming," which I think would have hit home for more people. People would be like,
Yeah.
"Yes, animal taming," and then other people would be like, "Yes, animal husbandry."
Right. But it's left with the feeling that maybe it's not either of those. I don't even know.
Maybe it's
Like
not. It
maybe
could be not either of those either. It could be like something new.
right. It would have been nicer if he specified that,
It's okay. It's
unless
let's hope
he's
it's
thinking of
both.
something, unless he's
Really
thinking
hope
of
it's
something
both.
that expands even beyond those two, right?
You must be really excited, Katz.
Right.
Who else is
I'm
like
sure Katz
really
is
excited
excited. Yeah,
about that
I
that
know.
paragraph?
I know.
I'm
What do you
excited
think?
about that.
Do you think that
So for
it could be
me, I
that
would
he's
have been like,
mentioned? Why are you looking over me?
I hope it's animal taming. Like that. Like I hope it's both.
Just so you hope it's just animal taming. You hope it's both.
What the heck?
I hope it's both, but I would be excited for animal taming. I think there's a lot of us that loved the idea of animal taming, loved the concept of animal taming, did animal taming when we first started,
Yep.
realized its shortcomings, and then stopped animal taming.
Right. But would you? rather it be more than just both? Or would you think that it's enough to just end there? Like rehash the animal
I mean,
husbandry system, rehash the taming system, and leave it at that?
so that doesn't actually make sense to me because uh, if you're going to re envision, for example, an animal taming system, you're going to be
Mm.
including whatever he's talking about animal keeping. There wouldn't be like a third system that he would introduce on top of it, if that's what you
No, no,
mean.
no, no. No, no, no. Not introduce a new system, but I mean to say, like, is it enough to, let's say, uh rehash animal husbandry so that, like there's a reason to go above 60, there's more traits and it's a little bit more varied, and that system is like sort of overhauled
Oh,
of
okay. You want like
breeding
small
and that.
tweaks.
And then right, but and then reimagining taming so that, like when you tame something, it actually is beneficial and so on and so forth. That there's benefits to the
Right.
taming
Mechanics are
process.
the
And
same.
no, the mechanics might even be slightly tweaked or whatever. But what I mean to say is, like, then go beyond that to, let's say, rehash all animal AI, including
Um, okay.
not the ones that we
I
keep with
see.
animal husbandry, but also like address just NPCs and how we interact with NPCs. And when I say NPCs, I mean all animals, all monsters, all creatures that can have traits. Like how all creatures can have traits. You can breed 5-speed crocodiles if you like in this game, right? And there
Yeah.
are people who do this. So if you're going to talk about animal husbandry, you kind of have to address not just horses and bison and sheep,
Yeah.
let's say, but everything has to be addressed, right? So to what extent do you change it so that it permeates the game? And my wondering is, like, are they just thinking, let's
Like
just
how
add
far to
more
go?
traits? Or yeah, like how far are they planning to go with this
That's what
thing?
you're asking. How far are they going to
Yeah,
go? Because
right.
anything that they give us would be expanding on what
Okay,
we know. So the question you're asking really is how far do they go? How
right.
far do they go before we're happy?
I mean, how far
That's what
do you
you kind of mean.
what I'm kind of
And
asking is how far do they need to go to
do
make
you,
you happy?
to me happy in particular, or just
Yeah, 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 yeah.
uh,
You, yeah. Personal.
so how far they would need to go
That
for
you would
something
say,
like
okay, I'm
this?
good with that. I'm good with that.
All
Yeah.
right, probably too far, not far.
Okay.
What they do. So this is what I would like. Who knows what they're envisioning? I'm completely guessing. If we're just looking at animal taming, for example, so I would want animal taming to be something of an actual. If they were wanting it to be something that people would use as a viable profession, like let's say any other profession, like blacksmithing. Imagine if animal taming was just as robust as blacksmithing was. Then you would have to make it so as you're animal taming, you're unlocking a whole bunch of abilities that will allow you to better facilitate all of the animals that are, uh, really liking you, right? Because the whole point of
Right.
animal taming is to make animals uh, trust you. It's like having a pet. It's almost like a pet
Right.
system. That's what animal taming
Okay.
is supposed to be. So they would basically develop this whole pet system to allow me to be able to have many pets, be able to develop those animals. Maybe those animals have not just breedable traits, because that's the breeding system, but allow me to
Okay.
train those animals into new skills, allow me to bring those animals
Ah,
into combat,
interesting.
allow me to do things that flesh out this whole. So it's almost like I'm collecting these animals and I'm training them and I'm making them uh, something that
Okay.
all animal
That's an interesting
tamers
idea.
would love to do.
So what about this? Create a whole new set of traits that animals can have based on animal taming, and that you can engage in a taming action on animal that trains them in that particular trait, and that there's kind of like levels, progressions of that trait. Okay, so for example, like let's say you tame an animal to, let me think of a good example. Like, let's say you tame a horse so that if you give it a particular command, it'll like give a burst of speed, for example, for a short time. Like that might be something that you train
Sure.
your
Yeah.
horse to do. Okay. And then there's certain progression of that. Like the first time you try it, the horse doesn't really go all that much faster because you're not so good at training this horse, and that you can, so as you get better at taming this skill, then you can tame tame them or train them to do better at that particular
Yeah. But if you're
skill.
noticing, Tuxie, because you're saying train the animal so they're good in combat, because that's traditionally we think of everything where combat is the central focus of everything. And
Right.
so, of course, if we're going to have an animal, it's going to be for combat, but that's not entirely the case. Uh, and as an
Yeah,
example,
yeah,
and
yeah.
I think
Just as
Adam's
an example,
example
yeah.
is really good here because it's like training it. One of the things that a horse could potentially do is to be able to run a little faster, or to train it to have a burst of speed, or to train it so that its lowest speed maybe is a bit higher, or to train it so that it can cart things a bit faster, or to train it so it
Right.
can push small carts, or to train it that it could do all of these things that you could train it. Like it could be many things you can train it to traverse higher slopes, or train it to like this is just a horse thing coming out of horse ways
Right.
that you can train them, and these are just flying out of my head right now, not really thinking
Right.
about
Right.
them. But and then you can have the different animals and different ways that you can train them, and but you're right, and then be able to train something that you can somewhat provide to others, like
Right. And Pink
a
Street,
trained animal.
another thing that could be like, instead of it just being not just rely on birth, but maybe it's a combination. Maybe you rely on them getting that trait at birth. And then in addition to that, you also can train them to become better at that trait. You can you can choose to spend your training, like let's say an animal's limited in how much you can train it, right? And that might also be variable depending on the birth of the horse. Like let's say this horse can only be trained in 4 new traits, for example, and you spend your time like training them in the ones that you want. So this horse becomes a specialized horse that is good at combat. Let's say, like we'll take taxis. Like you can train a particular animal just on their combat stuff, and so you'll like sacrifice speed, and you'll sacrifice how much they can carry, and put it all in how much they can do damage for example.
Yeah. Now, for example, yeah, all of this, as an example, would need new windows. Unfortunately, we would have to have like a taming window that
Yeah.
provides all of this information to us and the ability to organize our. Same with animal breeding. They would need new window to be able to see a horse and to see its traits and that sort of thing, and to provide more interactivity in those two. Anyway, that's. I mean, the question was, what would I want? How
Right.
far would they need to go to to make it feel more realized? And that's my answer.
Maybe are we at that point where we want to talk about, or
I
do we
want to
still have
get
more?
there.
Okay,
There's
we'll
so
get
much
there.
more.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
there's
Okay.
a couple more. So after they do this animal keeping thing, um, which, as far as we know, it includes just expanding the part that make keeping different animals and more varied, uh, a more varied and in-depth feature, whatever that means, and with perhaps new animals and two thrown in the mix. So to me, that means that they're not going to basically do what I just said. They're going to just expand it to make it more in depth. The people that want to, uh, that love to keep animals, that love to
Right.
like build their own animal farm.
Mm.
Now, the last few paragraphs are essentially talking about one thing that I know a lot of us will love when they get to it, and that's new
Mm.
character models,
Ah, yes,
along with other things they did not mention. But
for
they want
sure.
to improve graphics and stuff. But the main thing they're saying is like new character models. Yes, with new
Mm.
character models, I'm assuming, although the last time I was assuming that new character models meant, because this is the second or third time that they would do character models.
Hey, Zandog.
How are you doing, Zandog? Uh, thank you. The character models before, when they released, let's say, the ones that we kind of have now, I thought, okay, new character models, this is great. We're going to get animations and contextual stuff into the game. And that didn't happen at the start. It's a lot better these days. But when it started, it was just like we got new character models. They were better than the old ones, but they kind of introduced the animations over time. And
They
you'll
were
notice
they
that
were
we
much better
didn't.
than the old ones.
Yeah. Like the old ones had weird, some small animations that didn't really work.
And the old
Um,
ones felt like, Playmobil characters or something, very
yeah,
What
its
the
charm
heck?
though. I
it
miss the charm of
did,
those old.
but everybody looked exactly the same, no armor that you put on displayed, or even, just everybody's standing on horses. Like, man, those just had to go. Those things just had to go.
Yeah, I mean, there were things that didn't come with it, but what I mean this time is that when they are saying new avatars or new characters, I would like he's basically he goes on and says, we're gonna improve the way that the characters look, like their appearance and better,
Mm,
skin color or whatever, better way that they
right,
look and a new.
right.
But to me, I would have focused on like I don't care if we get a few more customizations on or how colors of our eyes or something, but
Mm,
wouldn't it be more of them to say we're going to introduce new characters and those characters are going to have a much more natural animations that come with them and be able to flesh out all of the different animation things that you can do in the whole game.
right.
Because right
I
now, there's a lot of
totally
times you do something, and all you're doing is doing this with your hands, which is like the
right.
general
Like
animation.
yeah, you're squishing stuff together, or screwing in the light bulb. I don't know.
So it would almost be like the new characters, which would hopefully be a lot better dimensions and more modern, let's say, character, which would be awesome. Um,
What about the ability to make yourself tall and big, and or short, and like to change your body proportions? You think they should do
I
that?
think that that would be cool. I don't know if the
It'll
amount
add more
of work
variety in
would,
how people look in this game.
yeah, I don't know if the amount of work would translate to like anything
Right. Uh,
substantial
Right. I
because
see what you're
that's a
saying.
lot
Like,
of work to use
is it
to all of the art, all of the things that you put on your body, all of the clothing, all of the armor, all of the everything would have to be
right?
proportioned properly on every
Right.
size that they
Right.
decide.
Yeah, that's true. I know other games have successfully solved that
You could
problem
do
though,
it.
and maybe it's a
Yeah.
matter of like just seeing how it's done and then implementing. I don't know how hard it is to implement it. I know that there's definitely challenges, but it's not out of the realm of possibility, because you look at a game
You're
like Sea of
talking
Thieves, which
like wish, like what's on our wish
wish,
list
yeah,
for
yeah, yeah,
the avatars. Yeah. All
yeah,
sorts of different kinds of body types and heights and weights and ages and then you're talking about just not just the avatar. He hasn't actually said it, but then you're talking about newer armor types because the armor is basically what our characters look like, right? They would have to
right.
change the armor to fit the new avatars, and then you're talking about uh, making all of that brand
But
new.
do they have to switch? Because, like, for example, there's
Yes.
two different body types already in the game, like a male and female body type, and yet they put on the studded leather, and the studded leather will go on the female body type just fine, and the male. Like, did they have to program those separately, or can they just like come up with a new armor type and just say, I want that on the female model, and it'll automatically wrap around the female model properly? Like, I don't feel
I
like
mean,
they'd
there was
have to
some work that had to go into that, but yeah. I mean, they could do
maybe.
that. It's probably a lot why the armor kind of looks not quite
Right. So Katz is saying that as long as the differences aren't huge, that the
right.
wrapping
It would
around the
just
models shouldn't be
stretch.
too bad. It would stretch
The
it in a
texture would
certain
just
way,
go over it, right? It would just
which it
stretch
already
it out,
does as
whatever
it
it is.
is, right? Like, doesn't it already do that? It
Now, the
stretches.
question is, like, how different would the new characters be? And is it
Right.
different
Like,
to the point where the armor that we have just kind of looks funky or funny? There might need to be some tweaks. I don't know.
I feel like it shouldn't be.
Um,
They shouldn't make it so drastic. They should keep things realistic, like a short person versus a tall person, and not go to the extremes of what's possible in humanity. For example, they don't need to make it like a person could be a massive giant versus like another person who could be a halfling size. They don't need to go to that extreme.
sure. I mean,
Um,
I've played
you're sure
games
it should be in the game.
where they've had problems. Like one thing, the biggest problem that I think games have is the introduction of how helmets work
Because of
because
hair
of the
and stuff.
hair and
Yeah.
depending on whether you're going to do head size and stuff.
I mean, I almost feel like in
Because
this
then it
game
limits
they
the
solve
types
that.
of helmets you can create.
Yeah, I feel like they solve that problem in this game simply by making when you put on a hat, you're literally replaces your hair. Like, your hair goes away.
Yeah, your hair's gone.
Yeah. Except for, I think, if you're wearing like certain things like those forester hats or something like that, I think your hair still is. I could be wrong, but
Yeah, they just have to think about those things. That's
yeah.
not important to me. Really, what's important is that we get these brand new character models and they look great. And then all we
Mm.
do is we put these old textured armor on.
Right. So it's actually saying the hair stays with those. And I remember when they first introduced it, like the new models, the hair didn't, right? So
Yeah.
a woman would put on a summer hat. Summer hat was the one back then because Forester hats wasn't in the game yet, but like a summer hat would go on and it would like literally make you bald. And you could see it like all around the back of your head, and it was like ugly. There was another one. Wasn't there another hat that was like a halo? What am I thinking? Do you remember that? It
I
was a
don't
very rare
remember.
item, but there's an item that you could put on your head and it made a halo. And yeah, you
Does
would go
anybody
completely
remember?
bald with halo over your head. I remember at our first Impelong, at Willow's Impelong, there was somebody. Okay, so the leather hat still removes hair.
Anyway, so new models would be great, but new models to me doesn't mean the way that we look because we're going to be wearing armor and, the armor might look a little different, but it's going to be the same texture, I'm
Right.
thinking. It's more about the way we move, more
Right,
about
the
the way that
animations.
it's the animation part of
Totally.
the avatar
Totally. Yeah.
that is really a good chunk of making these characters more believable.
Right.
And
Like
that's what I'm hoping is
the way
included
we're
with that.
digging. See how we're digging and we're like digging almost like in the exact same way. It just looks so robotic and unbelievable that we're digging like this. Like, doesn't it? How we lift that foot and stamp it down every single time.
It's okay. I mean, this is not the worst of it,
Right.
right?
And this is
It's
actually one of the better ones, right?
yeah, and it's just if that all comes together, I think you know, like great. I really look forward to that. It's would be
Yeah.
such a big deal
Yeah.
getting new animations into this game. And Pinkstry, you would love uh, Lord of the Rings Online system. Cosmetic slots that override armor visually would be a nice way to add more models. Now, they actually did that in one of my favorite games, Vanguard
They
Saga
did
of
it in
Heroes.
WoW
So
as well. They did it in
yeah.
WoW.
So they did that and they introduced it, and then everybody put on their armor. And like I ended up being some looking like I was a little halfling guy,
Yeah.
and I made myself look like this ninja person.
Mm,
I put on this like
yeah.
robe, this like it's like black robe, and it was cool. The only problem, and I think the way that this game should go, I mean, because that's really cool to be able to have like uh, cosmetic slots for certain situations without being able to touch your armor. It's less important in this game because we're not combat focused. We don't need to be
Right.
wearing our armor all the time. In
So how
fact,
about instead
it's a
like a
detriment to wear your armor all the time.
right, because you walk slowly. But how about maybe like instead of just having an overlay that, a slot that's just vanity or cosmetic, make profiles of, you know, so you just at a click of a button, it switches to a different outfit.
I think we should have profiles in general. Yeah.
Like swapping out armor is actually quite cumbersome, especially since like I don't know if you've ever encountered this problem, but if you have, let's say, all your armor in your inventory and you go to try to like highlight them all and equip, it's like
Yeah.
only some of them get equipped at a time.
Yeah, you
Do,
have to
do you know what I'm
drag it
talking about? You have to drag it.
into the window
Right, but even if
over
you
your avatar.
hold on,
Just drag
does
all
that
of
does that
them
work?
into. Yes.
Grab them all and highlight. Oh yeah, yeah, I see.
Yeah,
So
that's what
why
I
don't
do.
why? So why doesn't right clicking and equipping do that? Like if
Yeah,
you
it
highlight
doesn't.
them
It
all in your
uses your
inventory
queue.
and you
It uses
wh-
your queue.
oh, it uses your queue. So
Yeah.
why? Why does that use your queue?
I don't know. They could just make it so it doesn't. That'd be good.
Yes, Stefan. But like that uses your queue, but just dragging it over doesn't. That's so dumb.
Yeah, that's why
I,
Tuxie, yeah. If you have
uh,
7 or 8, queue slots unlock, then you got no problem. Think of it like a
right.
feature to unlock. No, that's yeah, it's kind of
uh,
they should fix that.
but profiles would be great. Like just
Now,
like different
what I
outfits
what I
that
was more saying that yes, different outfits, profiles, great.
yeah.
Uh, but what they really need to do is, and I've talked about this a lot in the past,
Mhm.
is just to make it different outfits for the different professions that we can do in this game. Why do we only
Yes.
have armor? Why is armor the focus when most of the focus of this game that we do has nothing to
It's
do with hunting or combat?
combat. Right. Right.
Why are we blacksmithing
That's true.
with, like, does a blacksmith wear full studded armor, slash, or plate armor, or chain? And though they make plate and chain, but they don't wear plate and chain. They had a blacksmith
Right.
make them look like a blacksmith in this game. Have blacksmith garb that we can create,
Mm.
and so forth. Um, in fact, Vanguard actually did that. They had different garb for the different professions that you would do.
Oh yeah.
As an example, we don't think of that in Worm because we don't have it. But wouldn't that make so much sense to have gear that we would need that would help us in our profession?
Mm. Sandog, you're right that combat could have a bunch of endgame stuff in there. We're not debating that, but couldn't you imagine end game content added to the game that is crafting centric in addition? Like
Yeah, right now we actually only have combat centric endgame content in
mm,
the sense that we have rifts, we have dragon encounters, like all those encounters, all the
right.
uniques. And then they threw in things like Jackal. Everybody's talking about Jackal here because he goes on and mentions that they're not going to be working on Jackal.
Right.
Jackal's not the first temporary server they've ever worked on, or first server. I guess, yeah, but it's not the first temporary server, right? That
Yeah.
crown
Yeah.
gets held by the server Challenge, for the people that remember
Challenge. Yeah.
Challenge. We don't remember Challenge. Why do we not remember Challenge?
Yeah.
That's why we don't remember
That's why.
Challenge,
Yeah.
right?
Exactly. Yeah.
for the people that did challenge, it was, you know, like Jackal in different ways, but just a temporary server that
But you
you
know,
can
I
stop your gameplay and go and do.
right.
Stop your
It's stop
regular.
your game. Yeah, stop your regular gameplay and go do that. That's. I mean, it's debatable whether or not this type of thing could be added successfully to the game in a long-term basis, where it's something that you would stop your regular gameplay and go and do. But I think that what you're hinting at is that it's more important that the devs work on the game that we actually play, like the primary part of this game. Like if we expand that instead of making alternative things like Jackal, if there's room to grow in the part of the game that we
Yeah,
play
I mean,
normally.
it's fun if you did it, and
Right. Totally.
Alperon Beard, you're saying that you remember challenge. Yeah, there are a small subset of players that did it, and those that did it probably or hopefully
We'll
had
remember it.
fun. If we remember the way that challenge worked, there was a big group of players that started, and then a very small group of players that ended.
Right.
Because that's just how challenge sort of worked. People get
Yeah.
excited for it. They went in. A lot of people kind of went back to their regular game.
I hear Jackal did better in that regard. People really like Jackal. The problem was that the player base was so small when they launched it that, again, it was a subset and it was very
Yeah,
small
and that's
participation.
not the problem, right? The problem here, if I mean, you gotta get out of sort of like the player base shoes, because every player plays this game for whatever reason they play, different
Different play,
reasons.
yeah.
And if you're a dev, you've got to decide, like, of the few devs that are playing this game, what do we focus on? What do we focus our attention
Right.
on? And Samul has now sort of mentioned this is what we're going to focus our attention on in
Right.
his post. And you can't win them all, but you're hoping that what you focus on impacts the most amount of the players and the different
Right.
variety of things that they do. And it's very hard to pick a feature that most of the player base does.
Right.
That when they say, we're going to improve this, that whatever they say, whatever comes out of their mouth, is going to impact each and every one of you. Because chances are it's not. Chances
So
are
I know that there's more to go uh in this post here, but
there's not really.
I know there's not really. There's like just a little bit, but I think we can drop the last little bit here and switch over to this next topic because we do want to spend a good amount of time on it, but we also don't want to be streaming for the rest of the day. So
Yeah.
how about this
So
is a good segue, I'd say.
so here's the thing. So when I thought about it,
Mhm.
and I thought about, okay, what could they do that would, one, impact the most amount of players that play this game, and two, provide content that continuously would provide the most amount of players rewards within their gameplay. Right?
And
That's
progression, right? Not
and
necessarily
progression.
just rewards, but progression, right?
Progression means incremental rewards through
Increment, yeah,
gameplay.
yeah. Exactly,
That's
yeah.
what that's what that's what I mean.
Okay.
And so we've lived through, a lot of us here have lived through almost everything, minus maybe the combat update, uh, that's on this list already in some way or shape or form, right? We've lived through it. An example would be they're going to give us docks. Sounds amazing. It's going to be fun. Before, you could substitute docks with like bridges. They're going to give
Yep.
us bridges. And that was going to allow us to, they hope that every update, what it does is it allow us to extend our enjoyment of this game and keep people in the game longer.
Yep. Yep.
Right? To keep more of the players that leave, to have them stay and be like, oh, there's bridges now. Well, that's gonna make me play many different more months or years because there's bridges
Right.
in. We were in the game with construction items, so they introduced uh, all like so many different types of of wall types, slate and pottery and
Yeah.
all these things.
Just adding
We know
multi-story was
what
another one of those things that added
adding
so much more
multi-story.
play. Yeah.
We know what it felt like when they added that. We also know how long it kept our attention for after they
Yep.
did that.
And it still keeps our
But
attention
there's
for
some
sure. Yeah.
things that were very impactful, like multi-story.
Yeah.
There were other things that were not so impactful to you. Maybe multi-story wasn't so impactful for your gameplay. Maybe it was. There's some things that are more impactful than others and that increase the amount of players that actually it impacts.
And it increases the time that you engage with the system, right? Like
Yeah,
before, when there was only a single story house, like it wouldn't take you nearly that long to finish building your house. But now that there's multi-story, there's so many different variations, and so there's so much more design potential, and so you spend a lot more time in the design phase of the house, and you spend a lot of time getting everything just right. And so yeah, it just
it
adds so
completely
much more.
changed the way that affected our gameplay in a daily way. And there's
Yeah.
other changes that come into the game and it didn't affect us very much or in a
Right.
roundabout way. Like
Right.
the fishing update. Like
Okay. Yeah.
the uh I mean there was other updates, lots of updates that
Yeah. We don't
affected
remember
some
them
player
because
base, huge amount,
yeah,
but didn't
maybe.
affect, let's say, us or affect other players. And it could
Right.
be a smaller player base. And so the goal
I'll
here
honestly
is really,
okay.
yeah, go ahead.
I was just about to say all the priest updates that they've been doing over the past maybe 3 or 4 years, like I don't feel like many of them have really impacted me. Even though I play a priest, right? Like they've done a lot of changes to the way priests work over the past little bit,
Yeah,
but in terms of how I engage with my priest, it very, very minorly affected the way I engage with priesting.
right. And so the devs are basically trying to be smart. I mean, you looked at all of the the amount of outcry from that like priesting change or any other change that happens, let's say with combat or something, and then you realize most of the player base didn't even understand what the heck that change was for the priests. It didn't affect
Right.
them. It did like, and so they spent all this time like fixing this problem, trying to uh, stop exploits and do all this stuff, only to realize that the amount of gain or pleasure that people are getting out of this game for for doing that change, it's like next to nothing of the player base
Right.
itself. There are
Right.
players, and
Right.
if you're one of them, you would not agree with what I just said. It
Right.
affected you a lot.
Sure. But what
But
percentage of players are we
the
talking about here?
percentage of
Right.
players would be smaller, right? So the goal of a dev is when they're creating a new features, their hope is that it affects the majority of the player base, so that it increases their
The impact
their time in
that
the
they have.
game and the impact it
Yeah.
has in a positive way, and it makes them want to play for longer periods of time. Like,
Hmm.
it increases their enjoyment of the game. And so I thought about this um, before. All of the things that I wanted in this game, or all the things like there's so many things that they've added to the game that we've wanted for years. There was
Hmm.
time where we're like,
Hmm.
wow, everything that we've asked for, they added to the
Yep.
game.
Yep.
Like
Felt
this
like
game
that.
went from nothing to all of this stuff.
Right.
And
Totally.
so it's like, what next? We brought up this question a lot. What next? What is that
Hmm.
thing that they're gonna do that makes it so the vast majority of players, in the way that they play, would uh, give the most amount of enjoyment and provide the most amount of people some sort of progression, long-term progression that makes people stay and enjoy this game even more. And of
Hmm.
course, we've learned that the dev team uh, is doing combat, which to us like is great. We love combat. Everybody thinks that the game needs new combat. Unfortunately, combat's not exactly something that we do all the time. So how it
Hmm.
impacts our daily lives would probably be smaller than what we actually think. But
Yep.
where am I going with all this? Oh God. Okay, so
Okay, we got
I
to wrap
thought of a
ourselves back
system,
around.
and we're gonna
Oh,
wrap up with this. Okay,
okay.
so there's a system that I thought of that I'm like extremely passionate about. And I'm gonna reveal it today and hope that everybody here understands. I can convey sort of what I mean because the system's all in my head. I'm not good
Yeah.
at writing it down. Let's get
And
going.
by the way, just so you know, Brian has put a lot of thought into this thing. It's not just something like it's a whim. This is like just a fluffy idea. He's hashed this out quite deeply and assessed the impact it has on each player and
Yeah, my
I'm
goal
kind of
isn't
excited
to
for him
try
to explain
to
this.
tell you guys uh, how everything works. What I'm trying to tell you guys is uh, to get a sense of how it would affect you.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to get that sense across. Not every little detail of how it works, like the mechanics. That's boring. Um, so, what do we mostly do in this game? We mostly do kind of what we're doing now. You know, what are you? What is everybody doing in the game right now? If you're playing,
Right. Right. Now, if I had to venture to say, the majority of people, if you're actively playing this game, the majority of people are going to be doing one of a few things.
hey,
You're
Deathwing,
going
you're
to be doing,
farming.
right? You're going to be gathering.
Nice
So
guy.
this
You're
includes,
avoiding real life. What skill are you
yeah,
in that?
yeah. You're
Uh,
going to be gathering or you're going to be creating, right? One of those two, right? So people are farming. That's like gathering. Maybe mining or chopping wood. And then the other thing you're doing is creating. You could be building, you could be making tools, you could be imping tools, you could be, right?
tailoring, farming, working on your cave, which means I'm assuming some sort of
Mining. Okay.
mining or building something or doing something in your cave that deals with I'm assuming support beams, that sort of
Okay.
thing,
Yeah. Yeah. Support
paving,
beams.
sort of that kind of thing. Uh,
Okay.
we're
Rippins
digging.
is exploring. Okay. Okay. So
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 this
what we want is a system that affects
you're exploring.
every single one of
Rippins.
those things,
Yeah.
including
So this
exploring.
system will affect every single one of you guys. Like and provide continual progression and rewards almost indefinitely.
Almost.
Um, so, and this is a combination of something I've actually said before, but much more thought out.
Right. You fleshed it out.
Yeah,
You've been
this
talking about
will,
this idea for over a year, I'm sure.
and I
Well over
feel
a
like
year.
this is what they would have to do, in my eyes anyway, um, to affect the most amount of people and to provide, like, I would just be so excited if they decide to do something like this. Um,
Mm.
So this would be, and I don't know what to call it yet. Let's call it, it doesn't really matter, but like a mastery system.
Okay.
Something like this, okay? So I don't like
Okay.
the word that I was using before because that people hate
Okay.
that word
Yep.
for some reason.
I
So
see. I see.
it's
I
like
get.
it's
I
like a
see what you're
mastery
saying. Yeah.
system. So imagine
Okay.
I am a let's just break this down into a very, very small chunk. So imagine you are a blacksmith, because that's
Yep.
a very common one.
Or
And
farmer,
you
or whatever it is. Fit
Whatever. It's like
whatever
one of
you
the
are in
professions, not
one of the
one of the
professions.
gatherers.
Yeah.
Let's do one of the professions, for example.
Okay. Okay.
Uh,
Okay.
and so imagine you're a farmer and farmer. Imagine you're
A blacksmith.
a blacksmith and you are blacksmithing up. Like right now, we have a system that just goes up to what 0 to 100, 1 to 100,
Yep.
something like that.
Yeah.
I'm saying this wrong, aren't I? So imagine every single item in this game. Every single item in this game could be uh what's the word? You could
Okay. Okay.
as a
Let's
master
back.
in blacksmithing.
Okay. Let's back up a little bit. What you're trying to do is add some progression to the blacksmithing. So imagine as you are leveling up your blacksmithing, you get to a certain point in that where you become a master at something. Like you unlock some ability, and that could happen at incremental points along the leveling process. Like at level 30, for example, could be the first tier where you sort of like you've gone through the beginning parts of blacksmithing and you've come out the other side. Now you're able to make, maybe 40 quality items or whatever. And because you've been working so hard on this, you get an additional perk. Okay, so why don't you describe that part?
So the perk would be this. So you've done a number of blacksmithing endeavor. You're kind of proficient in it. So you're able to now analyze a blacksmithing item and discover a way that you can make that item better.
Okay, so
So
I would
let's
take a
let's
pickaxe, let's
just
say.
doesn't even matter what the item is. Let's look at
Okay,
pickaxe. So let's say
okay,
you are a guy, you've gotten to level 30 or something, and you can now build, let's say, some sort of workbench of some kind that,
okay,
like a blacksmith workbench. And then on that blacksmith workbench, you can take a pickaxe and you can be like, I want to
yeah,
discover a way that I can make this pickaxe better. So you start this process of, of discovery of how you can make this better. And during that process, you can potentially unlock discovery of one way that you can make this pickaxe better.
okay. So
Okay.
what
And
would be an
I
example of a
haven't
way that you
explained the
could?
process, but
Okay,
yeah, what would be an
we'll
example
come back to that. Yeah.
of how what you could do? Like the point of this would be that there would be like many useful ways that you can make this pickaxe better, and you want to use them all, but you have to pick one. So an example could be make the pickaxe be able to, like, let's say, unlock some traditional ones that everybody would be thinking would be like increase the lowest quality that you can pickaxe, raise that by a little bit
Right.
of
The
ore.
lowest quality of the ore that would come out. Okay.
Sure, that's one. But then there's another one. Let's say reduces the amount of actions you would have to use to tunnel into a mine by a very
Okay.
small amount.
Okay. Or here's another one. Every time you mine, there's a chance at producing two ores instead of one.
Sure. How about the reduction? You can have the reduction in timer. Sure, like a
Okay. Yeah.
slight reduction of timer.
Slight reduction of timer.
Hitting
Okay.
like rock only. And then another one that has a slight reduction in timer of hitting gold
Iron.
or a slight
Okay.
reduction of timer of iron. You'd have to choose
Okay.
which one, like you would discover one of them.
Yeah.
Okay. Now
Yeah.
that you've
Okay.
discovered, let's say you've discovered like five of them, you
Okay.
discovered the ability to like the reduction of timer would be like the reduction of timer while doing something with that pickaxe,
While tunneling into
while
the
tunneling
while
into the
doing
mine,
the initial tunnel. Yeah.
while hitting iron,
Okay.
while doing this, right? So you would have to discover
Yeah.
all of them. And you have this big, as you discover more, now you have the ability to
To
apply that knowledge and put it into a pickaxe that you create, that you can master that pickaxe by a
okay.
system that you could do something like this, where it would require you to create a separate item on this bench that requires a specific amount of tools to create like an item that you can then attach onto that pickaxe. A
Okay,
disposable item.
so I pick what I make a pickaxe and this pickaxe is gonna be the one that I have to use on iron, for example. So I'm gonna imbue it with the abilities that might help it when mining iron, and that'll be my iron pickaxe that I put on my shelf. And
So at level
then I
30, yeah,
created,
you could create one that
yeah,
helps with iron, but a
right.
specific way, like helps with the reduction in timer of iron, or helps with
Okay. Okay.
the quality of item, or helps with like getting more
And I
iron
almost feel
per.
like I'm not sure if we even need to go as far as splitting it up for the individual ores, right? Like we can maybe even dial that back a step and just say when, like maybe just dividing it between rock and the others, for example.
Maybe I
Right?
wouldn't see a reason why not to
Yeah,
separating the
maybe.
ores.
Right, because your idea is that there's going to be so many of these things that when you're doing the discovery process, the actual discovery process matters because you'll be granted one of them, and maybe that one is like just you increase your timer on gold, for example, and that's like, ugh, like, okay, how
You
often am
could
I going to
even
go
do
on gold?
this, like, just with that. I mean, this is just an example on just one item, but you could just do like there's a general pool of pickaxes, or pickaxe abilities that you can unlock, discover,
Yeah,
and the
yeah.
the the low level ones are like individual to
Oh,
a
okay,
specific thing, and then as you get higher level, the more advanced blacksmith could combine like that
right.
into like
Like
one or
like
into
have it on all metals,
less.
for example. Right. Okay.
Yeah, and there's
Interesting.
different
Okay.
tiers of these benefits that you would get,
I like it. I like
right? So
it.
you could have
Okay.
like general uh abilities that you can unlock, and then more like rare ones, and then rarer ones, and then higher level ones, and that sort of thing. You
Right.
become a master
Right.
at your craft. You're
Right.
discovering how to become a master at that pickaxe.
Yes. Yes.
Right? Now you're a master at this pickaxe, but you're not a master at creating any other item. Now you have to learn how to become a master at that item. You have to discover abilities to unlock
To unlock
for
for,
those
let's say,
items,
hammer
or a
now, and then you have
hammer.
another set of abilities for sickles and things like this.
And
Okay.
so your character is getting these discoveries and learning how to make a better item as you go during this discovery process. Uh, So what I would say is, say as you level up, so let's say it could be any level. So a level 30, it could be like the first one where you can make the item better. You can start discovering like the small ones, and then you can
Apply
discover how
them
to
to the
yeah, how to apply it to a pickaxe, and then you apply it. You create the item, you apply it to the pickaxe, and that's it. When you get to like
okay.
level 50, for example, now you can do it a second time. So you
Right.
can
So
have like two slots, two things,
two things
ways
that you add.
that you can master and improve twice.
Okay. So, like, for example,
As
you can decide, I want to make this go faster on iron and also
and maybe
increase the quality at the lowest, increase the minimum quality it comes out of, and I have both of those in play. Or maybe you can even stack them, so you can put two that increase the minimum quality, and so it increases the minimum quality just a little bit more.
sure,
Is
it
that what
would
you're
have to be
saying?
your choice. But
Okay,
the
so you
thing is, all
choose.
of these benefits would have to be like you would want all of these benefits, but you can't have all these benefits. You would have to pick
Right.
and choose, what do I want my pickaxe to be?
Right. And Pink Street is bringing up a point. Like, how would you balance benefits to make sure that they're not OP enough to make it feel like you have to grind it versus not like good enough to entice people to actually do it in the first place? Um, that's definitely a balance that would have to be struck at some point, and it has to do with the amount of
It,
benefit you get. And but like if you even imagine a 1% benefit, and then that could be stacked with another 1% benefit and another 1%. So like over time, when you get higher levels, eventually you can stack 5% or whatever, and that's like decent enough
so the
benefit.
reason why runes didn't work is because they gave too much benefit for very
Too much benefit,
little. Uh,
right?
it was almost like too much reward for very little progression. You
Like
don't have to
one
do
item,
much to
10%
get
benefit.
all of that
It's
benefit. It
like
shouldn't have been that way.
right. It
They
shouldn't
did
have
it.
been
They
that
basically
way.
did it wrong. Like they made
Yeah.
it OP, and they didn't think
Yeah.
about that. Um,
Yeah. And
and
now they're going to be taking
runes
that
have other
back at some
problems,
point,
but
right? Because they're
yeah,
like what we're describing is a system that kind of is similar to the ruin system, except for it is tied into some
not
kind of progression that is related to your skills and your
yeah, it's not
character,
really,
rather
but
than oh, right. But I mean to say that it's similar in the sense that you apply something to an item to enhance it, right? Like it's in that same vein. However, this system is tied directly to your character's ability and skill and progression. So it's something that you're working towards compared to the ruins where you can just buy a ruin off of the merchant. And the way that those ruins were gotten by were just by participating in rifts,
yeah.
right?
And
And
now
there's not
let's
really
say
that much progression.
you're leveling up your skill, and at level 70, for example, you could like unlock the next time where you can put something on that item again. So you can have them up to like, let's say, three kind of
Yeah, items. Yeah.
abilities that you can attach to it, and then maybe at level 90 you could do it again, and you're basically progressing your skill, and then you have the ability to to discover the item on different ways that you can advance, or
Right.
different ways that you can uh, increase its
Yeah.
functionality, that
So the
item,
higher
and
the
then
skill,
yeah, the
the
higher
higher
your
that your
skill
skill is, the
and the
better
higher
the
that you make the
enhancements
item.
become. So the higher your skill, the better the enhancements that you discover become. But also,
Yeah,
you also have the ability of putting on more of those enhancements to each item. What I really like about this system is that it creates this situation where you will have to create certain tools that have certain functionality, right? Like it kind of diversifies the tool set that you will have. Like when you start imagining how this is going to be incorporated in other things in other areas of the game, not just pickaxes, but let's say to your carts, for example.
let's
You
let's use that as an example.
okay,
Let's just theorize a couple benefits that you could discover if you were a master fine carpentrist, or
right?
whatever you want to call it. Okay, so you have a cart. So
Yeah,
imagine you discover the ability to uh, allow that cart to traverse slightly higher slopes.
okay. I would
How
love to
about
have that.
if you allow the cart to be able to discover? Oh
Oh,
my God,
Deathwin.
Deathwind!
Thank
Thank
you
you
so
so
much,
much.
Deathwin, for the 5 gifted subs.
And everybody here, thank Deathwind, Tuxie,
Yeah,
Gallic
Gallic.
Tiki, Donut Kebab, Ashen Dark, and the Parser. You
For
now
sure.
have a tier 1 sub thanks to Deathwind.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Now I want to keep going, but I'm about to hear the sound again. I'm thinking, thank you. Okay, are we
I don't want
done?
to lose our train.
So,
I don't think so. Are we? Okay, yeah, yeah.
okay.
Oh no, we're not. No, here it is. Yeah. So we're about to talk about just brainstorming. Like this is just like what the devs would have to do would be go through each and every item in this game and sort of do this exercise with it. So we're about to go through it with carts. Oh, the
So
sounds
imagine
aren't popping up on stream. Oh, see, this is the thing. Like now I'm hearing those sounds, so I hear the alerts, but they're not popping up on stream.
that's weird. Yeah, we're hearing the sounds. Oh, I know why you're not hearing the sounds. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
You haven't been hearing any of the sounds. That was my fault. Um, so, so one of them could be you discover the
Okay.
ability to have carts traverse higher slopes.
Okay. Yeah, I'd really
How
like
about you
that. Yeah.
discover the ability to have the cart contain more volume in it?
Okay. Yeah, I would want that one
Discover the
too.
ability to allow you to hold more items in it,
Okay. Like more than 100?
more than 100.
Okay. Interesting.
Or have the
Interesting.
ability to allow specifically more crates in it, or large
I
crates in
mean,
it.
the more than 100 might not be one I put on a cart, but I would love that on like a backpack or a satchel or something.
Sure. Yeah.
Right.
Unlock the ability to be able to hitch a horse to the back of the cart to lead it.
Okay. To lead it. Okay. Interesting. So instead of leading it myself, I can hitch it to the back of the cart to lead it. Okay. I might do that if I'm collecting animals, right? Like I could lead 4 plus have another one hitched on the
Yeah.
back of my cart. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, interesting.
How about you discover the ability to make it so the cart is slightly less weight to when a horse drags it, so the horse can drag it a little bit faster, let's say uphill.
Oh, okay.
Up
Uphill.
a
Okay.
hill.
So increase the speed at which you go up a hill. Interesting.
Or
Yeah.
have it increase the speed, just the general speed of it when it's going
The overall
not
speed.
uphill.
Okay. I
And
mean, those
now
would
we've
have to be
just laid
balanced
out,
somewhat. Those would have to be balanced somewhat so that the one that gets faster uphill actually does a lot more than the straight speed buff one would, right?
sure, I mean, these are incremental changes, right?
Yeah,
So
incremental, right? Yeah, incremental. Yeah.
I know we're not talking about 10%, like we're talking about incremental. You discover the ability to uh, make it a little bit
Like
better. Now imagine you
it could
just
be okay.
all of these things, you have to now pick one. You're level 30. You
You
discovered,
pick one.
let's say you discovered 5 or 6 of these, and
Yeah.
now you're like, okay, what do I put in my cart? Well, you want them all on your cart, but you can't have them all on your cart. You have to choose one and put it on your
Right.
cart.
Mm.
And then maybe you decide, okay, maybe I need 2 carts. Maybe I need a cart that does this and a cart that does that. And then at level 50, now all of a sudden you can apply 2 of those to a cart. And
Ah,
maybe
okay.
even one of them could
You-
be applied twice to your cart if you want.
Right, so you can stack one and make it go doubly fast compared to the others, or hold double, like get double of that volume
Yeah,
increase,
and this
for example.
cart you can sell. It's an item in the game. You've
Uh-huh.
created it, your mastery skill. You've created a very specific type of cart, whatever it is, and you can sell
Right.
that cart. Because you're a master and you discovered that ability to do that to your cart. And not everybody discovers the same things. This is just an exercise on carts. Like,
Right.
imagine the
we can
possibility.
right. You pick any item in the game. Let's do it one more. Let's do one more, because just to give you the sense that this is not just like those big items, right? Like we pick 2 commonly used items, right? So let's pick an item that's a particular profession, right? Builds this item. Can you think of a good one, a good example that's not such a main one, but it's also not a minor one either?
Could be anything, even if it's like, I was
Yeah.
telling it, like, imagine, imagine, let's just do
Yeah,
one more.
grindstones.
I mean,
Okay,
we can
yeah.
do
Yeah,
all
okay.
of them. Grindstones are very similar to like what we were. A lot of these things can apply to, let's say, grindstones with like.
Okay.
That's more of like a harvesting sort of thing where you're using an item and you're grinding it into
It's a creation. It's a
creation item. So
Right. Yeah.
a lot of the creation item benefits would go to
Increase
that.
minimum quality and increase maximum quality, increase speed at which it goes, increase, these sorts of things. But let's do
That
a
would be
compass.
great. Wow.
Okay,
Compass.
yeah.
Compass, I think,
do
is
a
very
compass.
similar too, because
Okay.
compasses, you can decide. Okay, a main one could be how long until you're allowed to read that compass.
Okay, so how long for it to settle?
Yeah. And
Okay.
how about how long until it desettles after you move?
After you start walking. Yeah. So like already it's in the situation where if you have a high quality compass, you can, after it's settled, you can walk around for a whole bunch and it'll stay settled, and it could just affect, like, one of the event things could affect that. What else? I wonder if they could, like, I don't know if this is a good or bad thing, but they could make it so that compasses aren't so perfect as they are now. They sort of like wobble, like real compasses do. Like, I don't know if you've ever used a really crappy compass, but like they don't like
Actually,
perfectly tell you
Pinkstreet,
exactly the
yeah.
direction that they
A
go. So maybe
compass
they can.
actually has a profession.
Yes.
I don't know if anybody knows what it is.
Yeah. Does anybody know what the
Do you remember what
profession
it
of
is?
the compass is? I do. I do remember what it is. It's such a
Yeah.
weird one. It's miscellaneous items.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's miscellaneous items. So you would have to get good at
Yeah.
miscellaneous items, and then you'd have to take the compass, and then you would have to discover things that you could do with that compass.
Based on that
just go through the
skill,
same
yeah.
process based on
Yeah.
the skills. Anyway, so this is just an idea, and they wouldn't even have to think of every single item at the start or every single profession at the start. They could go through a
they can
list
group
of
them
items,
in
figure out
categories.
different things that you could discover, and they could add more as you go, and we wouldn't even know, because we would
Right.
have to discover them as we go along, and they wouldn't have
Like
to tell us
one key
all of the
feature of
ones that
this
are in
is
the game.
one key feature of the system, though, is that let's say you decide, okay, we're going to make one that just decreases action timer on gathering items. Let's say, let's group all gathering items. We're talking pickaxes, hatchets, rakes, da 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 da. Okay, and what's important is that they implement these things so that you discover them for specific tool types. So you discover the ability to make rakes have a faster action timer when tending, let's say. But that same one won't affect hammers, let's say, when you're improving on blacksmithing. Like you have to discover a separate one for hammers, because the method of discovering these things is you take the item, like the hammer, and you go over to your workbench and you like discover. And what you're going to discover is something that works on hammers specific,
Yeah.
right?
Does that make sense so
Like, I think,
far?
yeah.
Let's do a very weird one, for example, just to theorize this. Imagine
Okay.
like a pavement. How about like a walkway?
Okay. Pavement. Okay. Well, okay. Yeah, that's a weird one.
That's
yeah.
a weird one.
Yeah.
So imagine you discover the ability, like the one that everybody would say, you would walk
Yo-yo.
a bit faster on it.
Okay, sure. Yeah, that one's an obvious one that we would want. Yes.
What else can you think?
Okay, so
How
maybe
about horses can go
okay, so yeah,
faster?
different things. Okay, so maybe carts can go. So you can have a separate one for carts, one for horses. You can also
Or-
have. So your stamina drains less.
Your stamina drains less as you walk across it.
Okay. Or here's one. You're on this pavement type. Your you know the 100% speed limit that you normally have.
Mm-hmm.
The 100% speed limit is slightly higher, so you can be carrying a little bit more and get the 100% speed limit.
Yes. Yeah. Or like you weigh less, or the effects of you being weighed would affect less while you walk on it.
Or like you can carry more. Yeah.
You can carry
It's
more,
not that
essentially.
it's not that you weigh less, but you can carry more and still have the 100%.
Not that you weigh
speed
less, but the
bonus.
effects of the weight
Yeah, the
affect you
effect of
less.
the weight.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Stuff like
yeah.
this. And then you'd have to decide which one matters to me more in which situations. Because all of them would be really cool to have. But you can only choose one, or you can only choose two, depending on how high your pavement skill is.
Deathwind has a good idea. Would the act of discovering destroy the item? I think
Sure.
that would be a good thing, because this game
I
does
didn't
need more
actually
syncs.
talk about how to discover yet. So this is a good segue,
Right.
because you're saying,
Okay. How to discover?
how would
yes.
you discover an item? And so the way that I had envisioned it is so imagine you sit down at your bench and you put whatever item there, or you bring an item over and you're discovering an item. Imagine that, yeah, we're gonna have to.
Yeah, at some point
Shut
soon
down
we're gonna
soon.
have to shut down. Yeah.
So, there's a system, like a cool system that I've been thinking of, that's similar to a system that I've known from a different game. So imagine you have a specific amount of points, like this, whatever you want to call them, mastery points, discovery points, and you sit down to discover like a new way, mastery of imping or improving some item, and you're sitting down, and let's say it's 100 points to get to the end to discover something. Okay, so you sit down and you start an action which raises the points, gets you closer to the discovery process, and then you click again to get closer to the discovery process, and you're using your points as you're getting further. But then there's like another gauge of like the type of
how much quality it is.
No, the type of the discovery type of discovery that you can make. So let's say at the very bottom, you can only discover like the weakest ones, or the worst
tier
ones.
one,
the tier ones. But if you want to improve, you got to use your points to increase the chance of a better type or more rare type of discovery. Okay, so you're using your points to get a better type of discovery, but because you're using your points, you might not make it to the end of your discovery. So you have to balance that. How much do I want to raise for the chance at a better discovery? Will I still make it to the end of this discovery progression?
So you kind of have to balance your resources.
So you click a button and it starts the process of discovery, and depending on how much success you make, it jumps your discovery up a little bit towards your discovery. And then you're like, okay, I want to now maybe improve the chance at a better discovery. So you put points into that, and that's going up, and that's going up.
Interesting. Okay.
And then
And maybe as your skill goes up in that profession, that gives you either more points, or each time you are successful, more progress on each one of those bars or whatever.
yeah. And then they could throw like wrenches in there where like you're discovering the item and then something goes wrong and you have to use points to repair whatever you damaged. And you're trying to not run out of points before you get to the end of the discovery process.
So Charger here is saying that sounds more like a grind, but here's the thing: this whole process isn't going to take that long. It's not like you have to do this over and over again. It's like you do this once, and
this whole process,
hopefully,
what we're saying, may last like a couple minutes,
a minute or two,
maybe.
Yeah, a couple minutes, yeah, and then at the end of it, you get the permanent ability for your character to create or to imbue that ability to that enhancement to the
that
item
type of
from then on.
Item.
Yeah. And as your skill gets higher, that process becomes easier to do, just like everything else in this game.
All we're saying, so all of this together, all that would mean is that you continuously will be discovering new rewards to place onto an item. You would get the variety of all of these items so that it's not more. Everything's a grind in this game, but what this would do is make it so you're incrementally getting rewarded for your efforts.
Right.
Constantly.
Yeah.
And that there's just so much that you can get, that you can earn, and continuously building up your repertoire of mastery of these items in the profession that you love. Then you have the variety in those specific items. People will learn they might want a specific kind of item, an item with a specific kind of mastery attached to it, a specific type of enhancement to it. Other people might want different enhancements to it. Other people might want like whatever, and it's a one-time thing. You apply the enhancement to the item. That item cannot change its mastery, or its change, or if you were to change it, you would have to. It would be some drastic thing of doing that. Anyway, it's just the system.
Just back to the comment about grinding. It's like we said this earlier in this episode, in this show, is that like grinding is only what you call it when you feel like you're not really like you're doing it for the sake of doing it, and you just have to do it over and over and over again, and like it starts feeling grindy when the rewards aren't there. Like every game is considered a grind. Like, oh, what are we doing here? We're looking at a bunch of pixels, we're clicking a whole bunch of buttons. That's what every game is, right? And so the point of developing the game is to make it so that process is rewarding and engaging and keeps you playing. Like it keeps you wanting to do the quote unquote grind, because there's a benefit at the end of that grind that you are really working yourself towards, right? And the more that you think about that benefit, like the rewards and the progress, the progression through the quote unquote grind, and the more you implement, carrots and sticks along the way, then that just makes for a better experience, right?
And you got a good comment. I like it, Orpheus. Would you master a sail or a ship? So, one thing that I would say about that is it doesn't need to be applied to every single item in the game at the start. The devs could pick a specific few items and then continue with a few more items. So if you were to choose, would I want it to be applied to a ship or would I want it to be applied to a sail? Your answer would basically determine that.
Like let's start with ship, and then maybe later think about sail.
Yeah, it's not a one and done system. So
but maybe it could be just something that applies to final products, like
we could start there. And if they could figure out ways to do other things like semi-finished products that don't do anything, or components, Sure, but that's yeah.
Like we don't need seats, for example, like chairs or something to have things at the start, unless later they come up with something that chairs do that would warrant it.
Yeah. And it's just a worm way of trying to affect everybody in one fell swoop with a system that could change slightly the landscape of Worm that
I
I
love
would be
this
the most
idea.
excited about if they were to
Yeah.
do this.
I think that the main benefit of this is that it touches everybody. Like any skill that you are working on right now, if you could just imagine it had something like this in it to sort of tack on to the regular improvement system or the regular, like, how do I get higher quality stuff? Like the current system in the game is just based on improvement. Improve your tools, and that's it. But if there's this extra little bit that allows you to, because your skill has progressed so far, it allows you to master that to a level that gives you something that you can discover and work towards collecting. It's almost like a collection, right? Because you're collecting all these little enhancements that you can be collecting here, and those are permanent to your character. So now your character, because of their knowledge, has that ability to imbue items with that particular attribute. And especially at first, everybody's going to be different, right? Not everybody's going to have all of them. So certain people will be better at creating a pickaxe that is geared towards skilling, and certain people will be better at making pickaxes that are better for creating those epic cave systems that you want to create, or one that's better at harvesting from the nodes, right? And
Imagine how that
just
would
the
spur
variety
the
is endless.
economy.
Mm, mm.
Imagine like some blacksmiths decide to choose to work on pickaxes, and another
Right,
blacksmith might choose to become a master at rakes.
right,
Those
or tool,
two,
or just
the one blacksmith
yeah,
can't enhance pickaxes because they didn't do the work involved, but the other one can do that. That blacksmith can make like the best rakes, but the other blacksmith can't make the best rakes. They are a master at making pickaxes, so it
right,
chooses what time do you want to spend to really become a master at at your craft. It gives you more uniqueness in one blacksmith over another blacksmith,
right,
and it gives uniqueness in the tools that we have within the economy. So now all of a sudden, a black pickaxe is not a pickaxe, another pickaxe is a pickaxe, right? You have
right.
varieties
Spoon
of
and knife.
pickaxes. Yeah, and then imagine that you can have special spoon and knife masters if you really want to
Yeah,
take it that far eventually. I
right.
would say that they'd want to stick at the beginning with specific items in this game
Yeah,
that they can develop properly and think of enhancements and get that out first, and then
yeah,
think of all of the other cool little knickknacks that they could help with and make
right.
this system more in depth.
Yeah. I mean, they're already
Would
talking
I-
about reworking the ruin system and the imbue system. Like they need this is just an opportunity to incorporate this into a larger picture sort of thing.
yeah, get enough variety so every single profession is affected by this, and every single person will definitely be affected or be impacted by a system like this, and
Mm.
all of us will be affected by it for a long period of
Long
time.
time. Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
the goal of anything that a dev would want to touch.
Right.
And that's why
In
I'm
fact, like,
so
yeah,
passionate.
you're very passionate about this. So, I mean, the next step of this whole thing is like to get the message to the devs, I'd say. And for that, we kind of need to put this all down in writing. And we're not really great at that process. This is the reason why we're not really that active on the forums in terms, like, I read the forums, but like in terms of like writing on the forums, I always feel like I can't quite get it out the way that I want it to get out. So I just get stuck. There have been times where I've written like a massive post and then just deleted it because I don't like it. I just don't like the way it came out. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm so
What
passionate
else?
about it. I know Brian's not passionate about it. I'm passionate about it. But no,
Brianna.
just I'm just kidding. Yeah, I would love to see a system like this. I feel like it's something that's they could do, they could focus on, and I feel like it would impact everybody and change the scope of what Worm's like. It will
Right.
make Worm uh, more attractive in the end, more depth, keep people
Right.
here
But
longer.
see, Pink Street, just even with the spoon thing, right? Like there are certain things that spoons work for. And it might be that you as a blacksmith have gotten to the point where you've already figured out how to do everything you wanted to do with pickaxes, and you've already figured out everything you want to do with hatchets and rakes and saws and things like that. And now you're at the point where, while you're mixing that stuff in the mixing bowl, like while you're doing your cooking stuff, like, maybe it would be nice to have a few things on that spoon because I'm doing a bunch of that stuff. So then you decide, okay, I'm going to take a spoon now and put it on the thing, and you can create the ability to make that spoon mix better, for example. It's like the depth, even though they're so, like, the spoon might sound so niche or whatever, like, at least having that as an option gives the person the next thing to work towards if they so choose.
Yes, Buddha, it's my punishment.
Hey, Buddha. Hey, Buddha. And it's not your punishment. Remember, it's your
Yeah,
consequence.
sure. Doesn't feel like
Yeah.
consequence right now.
Yep. It's yep. Such a pretty girl. He lost a bet. Oh yeah, we weren't going to explain it again, but yeah, he lost a bet, and this is his consequence. Okay, so
Anyway,
I'm feeling I just I know we would love to be streaming forever, but I kind of can't be streaming forever. So
so what are you
let's
saying?
wrap
Pink
up
Street,
this
your
co-
last
conversation
question,
about.
and then we'll wrap it up. So, would you
Okay.
be able to trade these bonuses? So, you wouldn't be able to trade like the knowledge that your blacksmith has. You would be able to trade that spoon. You could sell that spoon,
Right. Yep.
right?
So you can make the
You've just
spoon, make it have the
created,
bonus. Somebody maybe wants a spoon that does this better, and so you've created it,
yeah,
and now you can sell it. Yeah.
action. You'll
I
be
don't-
trapped with your girlfriend. Ah,
is that a
I'm so
is that
sorry for you.
yeah, I know, seriously.
Hey, Tech PK. You guys all just did.
Oh,
Thank you so
Deathwind.
much,
Thanks for
Deathwind.
the bits.
You guys came at the very end. We're wrapping up
Yeah.
now, finishing our play session and finishing up uh, what we just did, uh, or what we just talked
Oh,
about.
and
The
thanks for
whole
the
mastery system. Adam will wrap
Thanksgiving
up and put
wishes.
it in a YouTube video. And yeah, happy
Yep.
Thanksgiving to all. I guess it's just Canadians.
Is it just Canadians? I think maybe
Is there
is it
other places that do
I
Thanksgiving
I
around this
feel like
time?
I feel like the only people who don't do Thanksgiving around this time are the Americans. Am I right about that,
Okay.
or is it just Canada that's weird and does Thanksgiving now?
I think it's a fairly
What the heck?
Canadian.
Oh, you don't have
Thank you, Kaz.
Thanksgiving, right? It's a North American thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's just Canada. So Canada's Thanksgiving this weekend. It's tomorrow. America
Is
does it
it
in
like
November.
I know America does it right, but it's only a North American thing. It's not something that's done
Yeah.
in Europe or interesting.
Similar to like Halloween and stuff. It's very
I feel like it
very North American
started.
thing.
I feel like that started like during the pioneer times when things were really rough, and Thanksgiving became a thing where during that sort of era.
Yeah, possibly. But yeah, thanks Tech PK. Yeah, fellow Ontarian, it is getting risky out here. Hopefully it's
Mm.
not getting risky everybody
Mhm.
else. It's the fall and COVID numbers are rising. Unfortunately, I hope it's not rising everywhere. So everybody stay
Yeah.
safe. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm so, so glad that this will be the last time you ever see Brianna on this stream. And
No, it won't.
it'll be Brian coming back next week.
It won't be the last time though.
Um,
Maybe there'll be a button.
yeah, I'm very happy to have joined you guys this week for my one time of streaming. Brian will be back, like 100%.
Yep.
And well, if you missed part of this, Adam will be posting this on YouTube as well
Yeah.
as putting pieces together of this stream
Right, so I'll be.
onto.
I've recently been doing this. I mean, if you haven't seen this yet, I encourage you to look and give us your feedback on how you like these segments, because I do put in a lot of time into them, and I'm wondering like how they're panning out. Like, is it actually helping people engage with our content? Because I know like if we put a 5-hour live stream VOD on YouTube, I know that there are people who watch that stuff, but I'm wondering like, is it worthwhile putting it out in these like smaller chunks that I've been doing? I've been clipping these segments and releasing like a good 5 to 10 clips per VOD, and I've been releasing them slowly, and each one is targeted. I'm wondering how that's working out, and if they're helping.
Yeah.
The anime
Take a look
bits
at
is
our
great.
YouTube
Yeah, I
video. They're
know.
all there. And ooh, I just got a nice rare roll, a rare clay. Nice. 44 quality rare clay.
What the heck?
Oh, nice.
Yeah. What the
Yeah.
heck?
We'll have to keep
Indeed.
that. Yeah. Fan post for Brianna Goes to Where.
You're heartbroken, cats, that you'll never see Brianna again. But I'll be in the background. I'll be around. Just maybe not here.
And donut kebab, you really like it? Yeah, especially if you're interested in something specific. So yeah, okay. So keep up
That's good.
the clippings, okay?
All right. So anyway, thank you so much for joining. Let's see if
Okay, let's-
anybody is.
Speaking of ASMR, there is something else that's going to come out to our YouTube channels shortly. That is right up that alley that Brian
Yeah,
has
so
taken upon himself to create.
I did create an ASMR video of
I
a
don't know.
stream.
It's not quite exactly
Not a
ASMR,
video.
but it is.
It's not. It's like
It's a video. It is a video.
it's a video of me reciting Adam's post that he made back in 2012. He did a blog. He did a series of blog posts where he talked about our first journeys in Wurm, and it's sort of been lost to
Yeah.
the interweb. So what I've decided to do was to do sort of like an audiobook session of those posts,
Mm.
and I'm going to release them on YouTube. Let me see if I can give you guys just a slight idea of what it's going to sound like when I do release them before we go here. And Adam, at the same time, maybe you can go to Twitch and figure out whether we want to raid somebody.
Sure.
For everybody that stayed to the end, here's a little clip of what a series that I'm going to release on Wurm. Here you guys go. Here's the first like 30 seconds.
Hello. Hello. My name's Brian, and I'm one half of the Factional Fight Brothers. Back in 2012, Adam set out to write about our first journey through the lands of Wurm Online. This is his story, The Journey to Puzzles, a Wurm Online adventure. Part 1, My First Impressions, May 3rd, 2012. Ever since I started playing Wurm a few months ago, the prospect of making a blog to chronicle my adventures had intrigued me. I had even said to my brother, through my play, that this game lends itself to blogging because of the rich, authentic experiences it provides. And so, with full intention of blogging about my experiences in Wurm, I started a new character and set out on my adventures.
And so I'll be releasing those throughout the next few months, trying to get through all of Adam's blog posts in hopes that he one day will decide to finish them. Maybe he can finish them within like one post.
Oh boy.
I have the first one ready to go. It takes
a
me about
lot.
a day to create one. and I'll keep trying to refine that process. And then you
Takes
guys,
longer than that to write one. That's
yeah,
for sure.
to listen to our first journeys through Wurm Online back in 2012.
Yeah. Okay, so
Anyway.
it looks like we got Fabricant. He's streaming again. We rated him last time, but I think that we should rate him again because he seems to be back on a regular schedule, which is amazing to see. And he is also part of the Valray Entertainment Network, and so we want to give him a lot of support. There's also Zulatech, who's a newer streamer who has been streaming every single day. I've been noticing, and he's on day 24 now. So. Boy, he's like on a rampage. I've checked out a couple of his streams, but I don't know. I'm leaning towards Fab. How are you feeling about that?
Let's do Fabricant then. I've got it in here, so thank you so much, everybody, for joining this week. And we'll see, Brian, we'll see you guys and Adam next week, either on Friday night or Sunday morning, our time, EST. Thank you so much. Take care, everybody. Stay safe. Keep on worming. And let's go make Fabricant's channel a bit crazy for a little while. Good night, everybody.
All right. See you.
I'm glad everyone is here because oh no, everyone's discovered the rewards. Oh dear. Oh, taxes. Oh. Okay. So, just to explain, I have added a jump scare reward. It has a 1 minute